her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. Detective 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 Charlie, take a shot.
Office still stands for Toxicology.
What's up, everybody? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. I want to thank everybody that hung out with me this morning and this early afternoon. Thank you very much. What a crazy show. Overnight, we learned that one of the KC3 victims was frozen to a chair. And then more stories that are just, what? I thought this was said, and I thought this, and yeah. Saw the interview with the neighbor. Said he was cuffed, detained, and then taken down to have more questioning. Interesting stuff. Plus, I want to say shout out to the community, too. Last week when we went through all those pictures on the outside and the inside, it definitely helps show the perspective of, the locations that we're talking. And I just want to say thank you to the community, because without you, we wouldn't have had those last week. So I want to say thank you to that. And we're going to be getting into some stuff tonight. Speaking of community, you all have sparked interest in all these different areas, and so that's why we have the conversation we are having tonight. So we're going to be going into some of the Linda Lane footage. We're going to be going into a lot of the vehicles that are around the area, and I mean that as in the gas station footage, my footage, Linda Lane footage, different vehicles. all looking at this back window. So it's going to be an interesting night. I want to say thank you all. It's going to be pretty interesting. I got everything ready to go. Jacqueline, ticket number 1. Thank you for hopping in. Market Betty, what's up? Ticket number 3. Thank you for hopping in. Kid Kitty, ticket number 4. Caddy, ticket number 5. Katrina, ticket number 6. Thank you. 49er Girl, ticket number 6. I meant 5. Did I say 6? I was 6 too. Hello, 6. What's up, Diana? It's all good. See, it goes from 6 to 10. See what YouTube does? It's y'all hit it at the same time. It's that magic touch, you know. What's up, Christina? Golden ticket number 10. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. So I got all my footage together, the daytime, the nighttime. We're going to get into some of the other footage. So, I don't know. You all sparked an interest, and I'm like, You're saying this car's this, and that car's that, and that car's this. Okay, let's look. Let's take a look. What's up, Aaliyah? Ticket number 12. Thank you for hopping in. What's up, Yoli? Ticket number 13. Finishing up work. Hopefully it goes quick for you. Gina, ticket number 2. Ooh. Can I come out and play? What do you mean? I'm here. What's up, Jenny? How are you doing? LR, thank you. And thank you for all your peace and positivity that you bring to the community. And ticket number 15. Sleuth and Squadron TV. Something to think about. The leak footage was the edited time, right? The original footage was an hour earlier. That means it's likely the footage came from LE. We'll see. Like I said, when was it yesterday? Or maybe it was the day before when I was watching Truth and Transparency. Shout out Truth and Transparency. And she was talking about the sun. And I know what she's saying is legit, and so I mixed it with what I already knew from back last summer, last spring, and I'm like, because I never saw it being the dad. It was always said it was the dad, and I'm just like, the dad's in business. He knows stuff. He's not going to act this way. It was edited. It's documented that the Elantra was there an hour earlier. The landlord hadn't changed the time from daylight savings. Does the leaked video show the correct time? Ooh. Then by mistake. It's an interesting question. Bianca, ticket number 21. Very interesting question. What's up, Gordon? Ticket 25. Sandy Toes, what's up? That's a good question. What's up, Joanne? Vicky Young, how are you? What's up, Tricks? It's warm, only 1 degree. I don't know. Is that Celsius? I don't know Celsius. What is Celsius? What is the whole difference? Like, how do you? What's up, AG? Ticket number 28. Thank you. Sue Ann, how are you doing? South Africa. There we go. Thank you for hopping in. Yeah, we're going to take a look at my footage here, too, with this green car as well. What's up, Rock Chalk? Ticket number 39. Hey, Wapiti. Where's Wapiti? There you are. Love this chat, everyone. Aw, thank you so much for the kind words. It's because I boot the fuck out of the bullshit real quick. I'm just saying. Charlie Brown, number 30. Why'd you boot me? You know. What's up, Stardust? Haven't seen you for a while. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing good. It's 12:40 in the UK, but I'm here as usual. Aw. Oh, I know, right? It just keeps getting worse. It just keeps getting worse. What's up, Jethro? Cali ticket 39. It just keeps getting worse. I think I was 24. Echo, number 43, thank you. The more cheap stock. I'm trying to figure something out. What's up, dude? Number 48. I'm trying to figure something out for the Super Bowl. I'm still tinkering. I don't this OBS is, I don't understand it sometimes. Most of the time. Debray, ticket number 44, thank you. Once I figure it out, though, I'm going to start using it for the show. Yeah, I can't remember if the leak footage has the correct time. My bad if it doesn't. Well, how about this? Somebody look up when daylight savings time was. I believe it was the week before. And you know what? It's too bad. Let me turn this down for a second. It's too bad that is there any daytime Linda Lane footage out? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I was there exactly a year to the day, and if I could see when the sun set, I could tell you with a guarantee if the timestamp is real or not for the time. I can guarantee it because I know when it sets. And I'm sorry. If it's setting at 5:30, then it's an hour later. The sun sets there around 4:30. In the middle of November up there. What's up, Mary? Ticket number 17. So, if there's any daytime footage or something, Natalie B, ticket 52. And if you can see it, and if the sun sets at 4:30, right around that area, 4:30, give or take a few. What's up, Bread? Ticket 48. Then it's right on time. What's up, D. Marie? Ticket 55. The timestamp is real, says Danny. I am not a number. I am a free man. It's not if you're free or not bred. It's if you hit the like number and what number it is. And it's like your ticket to come on in and I'm here to serve you. What's up, Facts and Truth? What time was the sunrise on the 13th? 6:48. I don't know. Usually, because gosh, when I was there for my trip, I don't think I was in. Oh, yeah, I don't think I was. Most nights, I don't think I was in bed until 2 or 3 in the morning, just from because I would do lives at night too. I would go do work during the day, do lives at night as well. I couldn't tell you. I don't remember. I couldn't tell you about a sunrise. I could tell you about a sun. We could look it up though. Look it up on the just look it up on Google. It'll tell us. It'll tell us when the sunrise. Just type in sunrise, sunset, 11:13. No, 11:12 and 11:13, 22, and it'll tell you. And we'll look at that footage because I think one of them's 4 to 5, right? And it's still not getting. Yeah, it's still not getting. November 6th was like a week before. Yep. Was daylight savings. 6:48 a.m. Got ticket 60. What's up, Beckles? Ticket 61. Thank you. What's up, John Morgan? Ticket 60. Linda Lane information. What did he say? I did CJ at 6:48 a.m. Okay. Brett. What's up, Sussin? To convert to Celsius. What? Miss Debre? To convert to Celsius to Fahrenheit, you. That's like a math quiz. That's like a math quiz. The last one is from 6 to 7? Okay. What's up, Unravel? How you doing? How you doing? Also, I forgot to tell you guys too. I did some work in between the shows, and I worked on my grub truck video, and I finally got the zooms for the top left and the bottom left screen only. So we'll have full screen, and we can even look at some of that tonight already, because I got one of them. Let me see. The other one, let's see here. The other one's probably going to be about an hour, because it's a 4.5 hour thing, but they're going to be their own zoomed in as well. What's up, Unravel? Ticket number 70. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm so exhausted. 2 dogs make me tired. Trash burns. Oh, no. What's up, Legendary? I know, right, Mary? It's like, damn, that's a math problem. Leash burns. Ooh. Ticket 72. What's up, Steve? Another YouTuber went through the audio and told us what was. Oh, yeah, there's gosh, who was it? Because, yeah, they, gosh, this was 6 months ago, I think. Maybe 5 months ago. They have the whole video, and then they added, like, when certain things were going on, they put it over the screen. So they would kind of like, here's this, and this is the timestamp. Here's this, here's this, here's this. It was like, wow. And I think they enhanced it too. I can't remember who it was. It was like 5 or 6 months ago. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Give me 1 second. We're gonna do the switcheroo, and then I got a couple updates to show you guys. One about the Kansas City 3 again, real quick. If there is any other updates that do drop breaking news, we will drop them. And let me know if you do notice anything. It's beautiful being the first to put any of this stuff out there, whether it's the information or even pictures. So I just want to say thank you to the community, because without you, we wouldn't be able to do it. We wouldn't be the first ones to chat about it. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Former FBI agent and News Nation Law and Justice contributor Jennifer Coffindaffer. Jennifer, always great to have you here. Are you surprised that these families of these victims are completely in the dark? There's been all sorts of weird, sometimes
Completely in the dark
information coming out from Jordan Willis and his lawyer, who have spoken briefly and sporadically.
What's up, collateral
damage? Why are these families not being told anything by Kansas City police?
Mm-hmm.
Well, really, the ball is being dropped. There are usually victim witness coordinators with every police department, especially a large police department like Kansas City. The FBI had them, everyone has them, and they serve as liaison between these victim families and law enforcement to just help answer questions, help them with the time. They offer counseling, and it seems like that ball has been completely dropped.
Oh, we did, Charlie Brown. We, like I refer everybody. There's videos from Yeah, back then we did all that way back in because even Truth and Transparency Drunk Turkey Show came on the show. There was a bunch of other guests that we had on the show. We dug into it for almost a week. So I mean, I know what you're saying. We've never, I've never, I've never said anything wasn't true. Even from back then when we were going through it. I just always, there's things that could be doctored, and I need to know the timestamps real before the sounds. Now, when it comes to a lot of those sounds, it was something that we had discussed and explored, and I mean, really, I should put together a playlist. But if you just type in Evil CJ Linda Lane, you'll see the episodes back from 6-7 months ago when we dug into it and went into the sounds and the video and even had other people on the show. They're good shows. I just feel like and it's been a while. I mean, I understand there's a lot of new people, so they may not understand everything that we've gone in through, but I do plan on going through everything again. But I'm just going to give it a fresh take instead of a take that I took from 6-7 months ago. So, we are going to be going through it again for everybody. Everybody has been asking me to do it for months. But we're going to go through it again here soon, and we will go through all the different things that took place. Even Unravel, shout out Unravel, she was even around when we were going through that stuff back then. So yeah, it's stuff that we've explored totally. It's just, yeah, exactly, LR. It's just, you explore it and then you put a week's worth of time into exploring the video and the sounds and the times, and you just dig into it for a week, and then at that point you're done, and you're like, okay, now I need to know, is the timestamp real? Are the sounds real? It's all definitely interesting. It's all definitely interesting. But when you can hear, we'll get into the video when we do it. Trust me, I already have it prepared and everything. We're gonna give it a fresh take. But if you want to see us dig into it before, definitely go back. Just type in Evil CJ Linda Lane, and you'll see there's like 7 or 8 shows where we kind of went through each one, had different panel discussions about it. It was pretty cool. What's up, Holly? Thank you for hopping in. Timestamps 148, 220, 255, 3445, all very confusing. The timeline is off. So very LL. Yeah, I feel like all I did was get onto them the whole while. Lunge at rabbits. Aw. That sucks. Some people do. We don't know, but it was interesting because, like I was saying a couple days ago, I worked with some people back then, and it just didn't make sense with it being the dad. But since I heard about the son, I was like, yeah, okay, I can see that. Now everything makes sense, the way that they were being treated and how things were going down and this and that. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see the son doing that shit, because he's not the dad. No, he's too involved into that kind of business type life. He doesn't make mistakes like that. You know what I'm saying?
These victim families and law enforcement to just help answer questions, help them with the time. They offer counseling, and it seems like that ball has been completely dropped.
Yeah, one one of the family members of one of the victims told Chris Cuomo on News Nation last night that his brother was found dead sitting in a lawn chair on the back porch, not laying on the ground. Take a listen to it.
They were found by an extended family member. So you guys are.
Yeah, we went over that. This was last night into overnight. The fact that we actually missed out on it last night because I didn't play the video. But yeah, frozen to a chair.
In contact. So go ahead, tell the audience.
Yeah, so I believe David was found in a lawn chair on the back porch, rather than all three laying flat, which definitely paints a picture we did not have
ticket 81.
From the very beginning.
Jennifer, what does it tell you if one of the victims was in fact sitting in a lawn chair? And again, I cannot understand how Jordan Willis for 2 days never looked out his back window into his yard to see these bodies.
Well, Elizabeth, you and the rest of the nation can't believe that he didn't see something. But beyond that, it tells me that they took a substance they were comfortable with taking, and it was something that hit them very quickly.
Yeah, we discussed this the first day. That's cool. Hey, we're out there, baby. What's up, Mishy girl? What's up, Ty? Ticket number 84. No shenanigans. Welcome to you as well. I saw you pop in. I didn't see the message. I'm listening and cleaning up, getting kids ready for bed. Thank you. Thank you for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you. And we already said what Jennifer's saying. Skip. Let's go to the next question.
Whether or not the victims had their cell phones on, whether or not the victims had their
combination of both.
Yep.
You say that actually
We did it. Come on.
whether or not the victims had their cell phones on them could be critical, as well as ring cameras or security cameras in the neighborhood. Perhaps those might have captured the three men as they're in the backyard?
Well, it's really crucial that Kansas City do a canvas. They need to do a neighborhood canvas, not only to talk to individuals, but to also see who has those ring cameras and what was seen. Just imagine what's going to happen if that door actually did open and this individual resident was actually up and about and looking around. That's going to put a hole in his story that he was just asleep and had headphones on for 2 days. So, Elizabeth, that's important information that I hope Kansas City PD is digging deep into.
Yeah, and obviously they didn't do any toxicology tests on.
Yeah, they're digging into it when they're saying it's 100% not a homicide. They ain't doing shit. They ain't doing shit. That's why when you hear the brother that they just had on in the beginning of the video, that's why he ain't even hearing nothing. Nobody's hearing nothing from Ellie because they ain't investigating it that way. I doubt they're going around getting ring cam if they're saying it's 100% not a homicide. I mean, I'm just saying.
Jordan Willis, the host and homeowner, or home renter in this case,
What's up,
to see
Rob?
what he
Ticket
might
number
have been
89.
taking. Do we know if he's cooperating with police, saying, yeah,
Right,
we
Gordon?
did this
Right?
drug or took this substance?
Well, they said he was cooperating,
What's up,
but
Kay Miller?
it's
Ticket
interesting,
golden,
right?
ticket
It was
number
2
90.
days later. And I wonder, because they did not obtain a search warrant, rather they just got permission to search. Oftentimes when that happens, those searches are quite limited compared to a search warrant.
Right,
And
you're
what
just-
might have they have gotten? I want to know what's on his cell phone, if he actually called anyone else when he said no, he didn't answer any calls. There's just so many answers that I think could be found with proper investigation.
All right,
Yeah.
well, hopefully they're doing it and they're just
How many people think that they're honestly doing a investigation like they should be if they come out and say it's 100% not a homicide? Come on. They ain't wasting their time going to get ring cam. They ain't wasting their time trying to get their department to crack a phone to get into the deep files of a cell phone. They ain't doing none of that shit. They ain't doing none of that shit. Oh, what's up, Jeff H? I didn't know that was you. See? when you put a message like that, you put that message in somebody else's show just exactly like that. See, CJ's smart. See you later, Jeff. Oh. I had a feeling that was you. See, even when you type a message a certain way, it don't fucking get by me. Oh, see, these motherfuckers think they're slick. Sorry, I don't have a degree in in investigative. Don't have that degree. Whoops. Don't need that motherfucker. Yeah, watch. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. Shut up, dude. You create like 7 fucking profiles to come in here. And I used to be cool because the whole super chat starting shit within the community to get them arguing, never was a fan of it. Never was a fan of it. So I would always allow, because look, I'm trying to be 150. So I'd always allow that person to be in the show on an account that they couldn't super chat. And anytime they would super chat with an account, I would block it because the $5 super chat is not worth it to me with the shit that it starts in a community. I'd rather not have your $5. I'd rather not. So the best way to do that is just get rid of the account that you can super chat with, and then you can come in and hang out and enjoy the show on an account you can't super chat with. Right? Well, it didn't get that way. I said, give it some time. Keep showing that you're cool, and we'll go ahead and undo the other ones. And he wanted to give it just a few days, and all of a sudden, what is it? No, I said, you got to give it a while, man. It's been months you've been doing this shit. It's going to take a little while. It's going to take a little while. No, no. There you go. See you later. Sneaky. That wasn't me. Yeah, it was. Just like you don't start shit in communities with your super chats. Give me a break. All right, here we go. We're going to get in. Let's see. Actually, let me see if there's anything breaking real quick. And then we're going to get into tonight's topic. And I'm going to tell you right now, no, I'm not using that fucking version. I'm just telling you right now, don't even ask me. I'm not doing it. Even though other people like to use my content without my permission, I don't even care to ask because I don't even care to use it. I don't give a shit. I'm not doing it. Does great work. That's okay though. Just like some other channels out there, they do great work, but then when they like want to edit a dot conversation into making it seem like it's a real conversation and to making it seem like it's a legit because it's a crafty edit, can't do it no more. Later. When somebody wants to ask me between a truck that's a 1 window and a 2 window, I can't do it anymore. Later. Now, Mr. Profiler, Mr. Kelly that we watched earlier this morning, I can't do that no more either. Can't do it no more. How many of you guys were here this morning when we went into that video? Wasn't that crazy? The misinformation that was being put out there from a video that was put out from 3 days ago from an investigator that investigated over 100 cases and helped with the Green River and the Golden State Unaliver. I mean, I'm like, what? Couldn't believe it. Right? I was like, whoa. And even the guest on there too. And then the person that was the co-host didn't know nothing either. And I'm like, damn, yo, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, people that, you know, they get these views like this, right? And then you come to a show like this that doesn't get as much, but I'm not putting that shit out there. And there's the difference. And when you got those channels out there that are bigger than this platform here, and they're complaining about this and that, and it's like, come on. It's like, come on. They received personal items from the house that the police didn't get. What? Hold on, Christina. Tell me, did I miss something? Is talking to Ricky's parents? All right, hold on. What? What? I don't see it. Does somebody have a... Yeah. Well, I don't have a live feed. Is it on YouTube or is it somewhere that's on a tab? Here, if anybody has it, I don't see it. Unless I go to... Hold on, let me look somewhere else. Hold on. Oh, hold on a minute. There's something. Oh no, where'd it go? Yeah, we just watched this. Didn't we? No, we didn't. Hold on. This is brand new.
Okay, it's been 3 weeks since 3 Kansas City Chiefs football fans were found frozen to death in their friend's backyard, and still there are no answers about how they died. The men were missing for 2 days before anyone found them. They had spent the evening watching the football game and then were discovered days later dead in the backyard of a friend who was home the entire time. None of this makes any sense. The families of the 3 victims are distraught and livid that they still don't know what happened. The friend who hosted the party has denied any wrongdoing and has hired a lawyer. Police say there is no evidence of foul play, but frustrated family members of the victims aren't buying it. Correspondent Alex Capriello was live in Kansas City with more. And Alex, you talked with an eyewitness on the night who was around the area on the night the bodies were
What's
found.
up, Thriving Mama?
What did he tell you?
Thank you.
Yeah, potentially the one and only eyewitness on the exact night that those 3 bodies were found. He lives right across the street. His name is Ashton Brady, and he shared what he remembered from that night. Just by pure happenstance, Elizabeth, he actually was looking out of his window at the exact moment that Clayton's fiance came out from behind this fence right here behind me, called 911 and alerted the authorities. This is video that...
You know, you got one shot in a lifetime, right? You got one shot in a lifetime, man. Get out there and go to the edge of your property at least. You got one shot in a lifetime. Why are you kicking it in the window? Doing all that with the zoom, man. You got one shot and look.
That you're seeing right now, that Ashton took that night. If you look closely, you could see the person who was actually renting out this home, the person behind that is at the center of so much speculation, Jordan Willis. You could see him right there, handcuffed and detained, being asked questions from the police officers who were...
Okay, so there you go. There's a picture of him being detained. Right there. There's your picture. Oh, wait, hold on. My face is in the way. Here. That way you guys can get a screenshot. Let me hop on over here for a minute. There you go. You can get your screenshot. I didn't mean to be in the way there. Here, we'll put me over here for a second. Make me look like I'm outside. There we go. It's cold as hell out here, you guys. It's cold as hell out here. I just need to get like a little changing back, get like snow going in the back. It's cold as hell out here, everybody. It's 32 degrees. Please be careful. The roads are icy. There's black ice spots all over the roads. And don't forget about the bridges, because the bridges freeze before the roads do. Be careful. So there he is getting arrested. Let me get my own little screenshot. That's kind of a... See what I mean? You got one shot. Go out there. Take it, you know? So he was detained. He was cuffed. He was detained. And then after that, then they said that he was uncuffed. and then he was led away in a vehicle, and they believe he was going down to be questioned even further. Now, it's hard to tell if he's not. I would imagine he's got some kind of a shirt on when he's being detained, because they would have, I'm sure they would have said, hey, you know, you're going to be detained. Let's get you a shirt at least or something, right?
We're responding to the scene. Ashton filling me in, telling me that they had him in handcuffs for quite a while before releasing him, bringing him into a patrol car, and then taking off, presumably to get more questions asked of him.
What's up,
from
Cherry
the police headquarters. I had a chance to speak to Ashton more about what he saw that night. Here's
Golden ticket number 96.
The police searched the house, went through the backyards and everything, and I had no idea what had happened. And the next morning, I saw the news that they had found 3 dead bodies, and I just was kind of in disbelief. I was like, wow, I watched that happen.
Right, and actually we're looking at that video that you shot right there on the top left corner of your screen. So basically you're saying that's the video where you're actually looking out and you can see Jordan Willis being detained.
That's probably within the first 5 to 10 minutes. I was like, oh my goodness, something serious is going on.
And again, Jordan Willis right now denying any sort of wrongdoing. We've been trying to get in touch with both him and his lawyer. They're not speaking until more information comes out. But I'm told by other neighbors that he does not live here anymore. About a week after those bodies were found, a U-Haul truck was seen in that driveway, and he moved out promptly.
And Alex, what's taking so long with the toxicology tests on these 3 victims? Obviously, that's key. You know, looking for any drugs that they might have taken or consumed, and any fentanyl that might have killed them, alcohol, that sort of thing. Why is this taking so long?
Yeah, that is the big question that everyone has, not just the family members, but this whole neighborhood and community of Kansas City. They want answers. They feel like they can't get closure until they know that. The long story short really is the fact that it takes a long time for toxicology reports to come through. 8 weeks, I'm told. We've already hit the 3-week mark, which seems to say that we have about 5 weeks left. I spoke to the Kansas City Police Department.
Yeah, that the truck that's in front of the house. Here, I'll take you guys down real quick, and I'll show you. I'll show you where the vehicles were parked. So this is where the vehicles were parked for those friends, okay? So if you're coming down here, here's the house right here, okay? This is the house. So the truck was parked right here. Truck was parked right here in front of the house. And then there was a car that was parked right there. So you had a car parked right here, and then you had a truck parked right here.
About their process, their standard operating procedures when it comes to toxicology reports, they send it
with a wine glass.
Completely separate third party. They're the ones who are in complete control of that toxicology report. And so once
Ticket 149
finishes with that third party, then it comes back to Kansas City PD, and then it is shared with the families. One final note, I asked the Kansas City Police Department if they're planning on sharing any sort of preliminary findings with the family, because obviously they just want to know.
They ain't saying nothing.
Don't necessarily need to know the exact medical examiner's report. Maybe they could just have a glimpse of what exactly they're looking at. But the Kansas City Police Department tells me that they're not even sharing preliminary reports with the families until they get that full medical examiner.
Wow! How in the hell are you saying that this is 100% not foul play? You're not even sharing the preliminary? Wow. Wow. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. Well, it sucks because I have the thing now. If I had cable TV, I could do News Nation Live, but I don't have cable TV right now, because I usually just use YouTube for everything. Right now, I have a thing that I'm working on where I can show live TV now on the stream. But, so anytime that there are like live stuff that I can show it. But the thing is I don't have cable for News Nation. Here, let me try this. I think I might have to have a TV provider. Let's see. Whoa.
Spectrum Mobile brings you our best deal to start the...
Damn, yo! Hold on. Okay, so right here, family believes foul play in men's passing. So this is on Cuomo right now. Let's see.
Go to Spectrum.
Damn, that's loud.
Offer subject to change. Valid for new and qualified customers. Service not available in all areas. Per line activation fees, Spectrum Internet, and auto pay required. Restrictions apply.
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing,
oh yeah, I have to connect to a TV provider to watch. Yeah, that sucks. All right, so I'm sure the videos will be dropping here soon. Let me take a look real quick. I'm going to actually play the video that we watched from last night about it real quick. That shows where these vehicles were at. It was this one right here. So this will show where the vehicles were at. Where's the larger? There it is right there. All right, so I'm just going to let this play so you guys can see the cell phone footage. Here's the link to this video, and I'm going to keep taking a look to see if I'm going to look to see if there's something else that I can hit up here.
Moment that 911 was being called. Ashton, we know now that that was Clayton's fiance that actually discovered
100
bodies, called 911 and alerted the authorities. Just walk me through what you saw in that moment.
So basically, I was just going, turn off all my lights. I was getting ready for bed, locking the doors. I went to lock my front door, and I saw a woman come out of the backyard on her phone, and she looked distressed because she kept looking.
Shit, most of the time I'm working, so I don't even have time. I don't remember the last time I watched a movie. Seriously. Shit, when did I play a video game? Did y'all hear one of those guys? Yeah, we heard. It was overnight, and we had a show this morning. We broke it this morning. Let me see. It should zoom back in again. But there's the truck. You know what? I'm going to save this. I'm going to do my own little edit on this thing. I'm going to have a zoomed in version of that shit.
You're actually looking out and you can see Jordan Willis being detained.
That's probably within the first 5.
All right, so let me rewind it there. So let's go here. Let's slow it down. All right, we're going to slow it down. We're going to mute it because it's going to go. All right, so there's that. So let's slow it down. All right, so there's the LE. Looks like a coroner medical examiner's vehicle. You got LE's cars. Then you got that car, see? It's right in front. Because this is the driveway right here. That's the driveway. So see right here, you see this tree? You see that tree right there? And you see this, the tree, the pole, and the driveway. You come back to the video, the tree, the pole, and this is the driveway. So you got the car that's over to the left, right here, and you got the truck that's right here in that video. So I'll pause it right there. What is that, like a Ford or something? Is that like a Ford? I know, me too, Mishy girl. I really just watch YouTube. What's up, Devo? Ticket 103. Yeah. But yeah, I'm trying to like add different things. And if you guys, the ones that weren't here this morning, we'll be adding a drone to my footage here. I have a drone coming in a couple days, and I'm going to start introducing drone footage to all my footage, for all the footage that I'm going to be bringing you guys also. So not only going to have the footage that I have for you guys when it's on the dash and on foot and all those different things, but I'm going to be introducing a drone as well. Oh, Tiffany, just frickin' YouTube. That car with the melted snow on window was the girlfriend's, they're saying. Oh, really? Because he said, listen to this. He said cars were parked all up and down there. He was there he just moved in a week ago. And he said the whole weekend there was cars there. He went hunting on Sunday and the cars were still there. So he didn't say, I went hunting and when I came back, there was a bunch of cars there for the Kansas City game, which makes me think the host of the party had a weekend bash for football, playoff football period, and not necessarily those 5 guys were there then, but I'm thinking this dude had a bash the whole weekend and had a party for a whole bunch of people, because this guy says the whole weekend. If they would have just showed up, or he would have just had a party for the Kansas City game, you're just talking one evening. Yeah, when I got back from hunting, there's a whole bunch of, he didn't say that. He says the whole weekend.
You remember?
Whoa, it slowed down. I forgot. There we go.
I told you about Ashton Brady. He was the neighbor who lives right across from Jordan Willis, who just by happenstance looked out at the exact moment
F250?
that 911 was being called.
Ooh.
Ashton, we know now that that was Clayton's fiance that actually discovered those bodies, called 911 and alerted the authorities. Just walk me through what you saw in that moment.
So basically, I was just going, turn off all my lights. I was getting ready for bed, locking the doors. I went to lock my front door, and I saw a woman come out of the backyard on her phone.
Okay, so that one right there is the fiance's.
And she looked distressed because she kept looking back towards the house, and I thought it was weird. But I just moved in, so I really didn't know much, and so I just went back to my room. 10 minutes later, I saw an ambulance drive by, and I said, well, that's just weird. Something's going on. Went to the front room, looked out, and I saw that there was already 3 cop cars, and there was a man detained, and the woman was talking to the other police. And basically, I kind of watched that conspire for an hour or two. The man eventually left. The police searched the house, went through the backyards and everything, and I had no idea what had happened. And the next morning, I saw the news that they had found 3 dead bodies, and I just was kind of in disbelief. I was like, wow, I watched that happen.
Right, and actually we're looking at that video that you shot right there on the top left corner of your screen. So basically you're saying that's the video where you're actually looking out and you can see Jordan Willis being detained.
That's probably within the first 5 to 10 minutes. I was like, oh my goodness, something serious is going on at least. So yeah.
So your red flags were going off in that moment, but even before that, right? Because you saw some of these victims' cars that were right here parked in front of your house, and that also kind of alerted you, right? Because that was unusual.
Yeah, we had just moved in, but that week we had never seen those cars there. And then all of a sudden, that whole weekend, there was cars parked right in front of our drive, and they never left. And they stayed there until the police came, and even after that, we found out they're deceased. But yes, those cars never left.
And obviously, that was something that raised your suspicions at all. Tell me, I know you hadn't lived here for very long, right? But tell me at all about Jordan Willis, what you know about him. I mean, did you ever see him out and about? Was he friendly? Did he come by and talk to you ever?
Honestly, I've never seen him out. I never saw him or talked to him, so I cannot speak for that. Honestly, I do not know.
How about the fact that just something that is so strange, this case in general is bizarre, and we don't have many answers. But the fact of the matter is 3 men were outside for 2 days on this backyard, one sitting up in a chair, 2 laying down on their backs.
Ain't that crazy?
I mean, how do you wrap your mind around all that information?
It's a lot, honestly. I imagine it has something to do with a bad drug or something, but it's strange that how long it occurred for people for something to
St.
notice
Louis.
like that. If it happened on a Sunday, that's a long time, and I feel like something should have been said, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's hard to say out loud because you don't have all the information, but the fact of the matter is 3 men are now dead. Does it feel like you're getting, or your community is getting, the answers it deserves right now? That seems to be the big issue that the families have, is it just doesn't feel like they're getting closure because they're not getting answers.
Yeah, I feel for the families and that they just want to know what really happened. And I feel like if we need to know, we need to know. I'm sure answers are going to come out, but I know a lot of people are wondering what happened around here. That's for sure.
What is the talk of the town? How are people talking about it still? Because no doubt about it, the whole world is looking at this case and talking about it. So how do you and your friends talk about it, process it, work through this whole story?
We just kind of sit down and talk about it. Sometimes we're just randomly, we'll be talking about like what could have really happened? Like how do your 3 buddies, just you not notice them for 2 days outside in the backyard? So it's really strange for me and all of our friends. It's really hard for me to say, but I feel like it had to have been just maybe an accident. I don't know. It needs more investigation, though, I think.
Ashton, hang tight. I think Ashley Banfield has a question. Go ahead, Ashley.
I do. I don't think he can hear me with an IFB, but if he can't, pass this question on. Can you ask Ashton if he saw the bodies coming out of the house? Because we learned tonight on Chris Cuomo that the father of one of the men knew that one of the men was died or frozen in a position in a lawn chair on the back porch. And I wondered if he saw gurneys come out with 3 bodies, or if he saw something unusual in the position of the bodies that were brought out of the house.
Sure. We want to know what you saw beyond those initial things that you've shared already, in specific about the bodies coming out of this house. Were you still awake at that time? Did you witness gurneys or medical examiners actually coming out with these bodies or taking them out?
So I actually did not. After that, everyone kind of cleared out. So I didn't know what had happened. So I just went to bed. I thought it was just a misunderstanding or something between a wife and a husband, but that wasn't it at all. So I went to sleep, went to work the next day. And when I was at work, I got an email or a message from a friend, sending me the picture of the article about the dead people. And I was like, oh my goodness. So I honestly did not see an ambulance actually gurney anyone out or anything.
What do you remember about the conditions during those days here in Kansas City? Obviously, these
You had one shot, bro.
Bodies were found frozen. Do you remember it being cold, freezing? Obviously, you saw this woman talking on her cell phone at night, 10 o'clock at night in the winter weather, and so that raised your alarms. But what do you remember just about the temperatures or the weather around that time?
It was cold. It was really cold. I'd gone hunting that Sunday, and we hunted a pond, and we actually had to put pretty much an ice prop in there to make the pond open. So I mean, if that tells you anything, we could walk on the ice. That's how thick it was. So I mean,
yeah, fuck that, walking on ice. Yeah. So yeah, you said he went hunting Sunday. He would have said, yeah, cars were, when I came back from hunting, there was cars everywhere. He said the whole weekend. So this morning when we kind of went through it, I was like, man, I bet you this dude threw a playoff bash the whole weekend. Hey, you rooting for the Ravens? Come on over. Let's kick it. And then it finally got to his buddies that rooted for the Chiefs. Unfortunately, they didn't make it. I think that's what took place. I think he had a huge fucking playoff football bash the whole weekend, inviting a whole bunch of people over there. Why else would there be cars packed up and down for the whole weekend? All right. Let's see if there's anything breaking. I don't. So this will be dropping here soon, where they have more interviews with the family members. A couple family members. We'll be going to that. Let me see if there's anything breaking real quick, and then I'm going to play a video. So when it comes to this timeline and Linda Lane and all this other stuff, I thought it was cool that Chaos Sector had dropped a video about the frame of the time was off by so and so minutes. I was like, nice, that's cool. We're going to already be talking about Linda Lane, about the other vehicles in the area, about the timeline, the PCA. Speaking of PCA, you don't want to miss it Saturday night. I'm going to be having Commercial Zone coming on for the first time on panel. And she's going to be breaking down her analyzation of the PCA, like big time analyzation. So if you're not able to make it Saturday night, definitely look forward to add it to your replay because you're not going to want to miss that. I'm not seeing anything right now for break-in, so once it does drop, and I need to figure out, I wonder if there's a way, because we do end up using News Nation a lot. I wonder if there's a way that I would be able to not, because man, cable's fucking expensive, man. You're talking like $100 a month for that shit, and I barely even use it. There's got to be a way that I can like get a News Nation live without having to have some kind of freaking cable package or something. Let me know if you know anything with any of that. All right, so I'm going to get into this until we have something drop. This is from Chaos Sector, so let me share this real quick. This is a video discussing the frame was off by 15 minutes. Ooh, is it a... Look at that. And I said, screw it. We're going to be playing the Space Age funky beat from now on for a few days. I miss it.
Welcome to the Chaos Sector. I have a question. Where is the surveillance footage? I mean, it's been over a year, and there hasn't been anything released that physically proves that Koberger was in that neighborhood. A bunch of smoke and mirrors clogging up the investigation, red herrings dumped all over the place, alluding to this and that, yet the concrete evidence that would confirm that Koberger was physically in that neighborhood, which has been claimed, just won't see the light of day. Perhaps when everyone just forgets about it. Hey? That's usually how the opposition operates. Moscow PD had to have more evidence that there was a white Hyundai Elantra, because you can't tell which type of vehicle is spotted in the Linda Lane surveillance. It isn't the gas station surveillance, because that vehicle conflicts with their time of death, approximately around 4:25 a.m. It would have to be the neighbor's camera that spotted the alleged Koberger driving into the neighborhood. But as we all know, this footage has never been released. The only thing released was, of course, the so-called leaked screenshot of that security camera. In any other case where a person is either suspected of a crime or is literally arrested for the crime, and there is video footage, that is released to the media. It may not be released when the story breaks, but it's definitely coming out. You would see the suspect's vehicle driving into the neighborhood and then driving back out after committing the murders.
Dang, I should do that.
He's been arrested and charged. His DNA was discovered on a knife sheath. He apparently was stalking those housemates. Just go ahead. There's nothing that would jeopardize your charge, right? Release everything to the public. Even now, right? Moscow PD is compelled to keep this a secret. It's because there is no footage of Koberger's vehicle driving in that neighborhood. The white Hyundai Elantra was there prior to the time frame they claim Koberger was. This would be the same vehicle spotted in the gas station surveillance. We know this white Hyundai Elantra makes a right onto Troy Road and heads out of town around 3:45 a.m. This would not be Koberger. It's leaving Moscow, so unless you want to revert back to the original time of death, which would be approximately in the 3 a.m. hour, we know that vehicle, which is the same make and model and color, is not Koberger's vehicle.
And I'm going to be honest with you, all right? Because watch, when I was doing my PCA, When I was doing my PCA route when I was there, there's no way that he would be stopping by there to leave. Okay? Because if you read the PCA, the PCA states, look, see where the mobile gas station is? Okay? Mobile gas station is right here. This is where it's supposedly, I mean, this is important, everybody. This is the mobile gas station. Now, when you're talking about how Kohberger supposedly left, according to the PCA, he left way over here. He left Palouse River Drive and then got on 95 and headed south. He didn't even go by the mobile gas station according to the PCA. Do you maybe some people never realize that. Here's the mobile gas station. Look at how far it is. Mobile gas station. I'm going to zoom out. Mobile gas station. See where my cursor is? Right here. You didn't even go up there. According to the PCA, you traveled all of these streets right here, came around you, according to the PCA. Let me get Google Earth because I can do that little map thing. I love using it. I need to start remembering to pull it up. I'm going to show you the route that he left, according to the PCA. Okay. Then came down this way here, came down this way, then turned left there, then came this way, came around, okay? Came around this road, hit this road, came down this way, and then turned. That's the route of the PCA, okay? For him leaving. The frickin' mobile gas station is right here. How in the hell, if you're leaving the crime scene, going down this, going down these roads, turning right here, going around the curve, coming down by the Bridge Bible Fellowship, and then turning left, and then you turn right on 95 and you're fucking boots scooting out of the fucking city. How in the hell are you coming up here getting on a picture?
So if there is the same make, model, and color of the alleged killer's vehicle spotted speeding out of town around 3:45 a.m., well, most people would come to the conclusion that this is the perpetrator or involved in the crime.
No.
But here's the funny thing about that vehicle spotted in that surveillance. The path that it's traveling from would more than likely be from Blaine Street, which then you make a left onto White Avenue, and then, of course, drive to the intersection. But this is the same street that they claim Kohberger drove on when his phone allegedly came back online at approximately 4:48 a.m. What's so funny about this? You have two white Hyundai Elantras traveling on the same street in Blaine, and more than likely, Koberger, who would be, wait a minute. If they claim Koberger was on Blaine Street and headed back to Pullman, wouldn't he more than likely take the same path the other white Hyundai Elantra took? If so, then why weren't there 2 white Hyundai Elantras spotted by that gas station surveillance? Ah yes, the fuckery just keeps getting better. You want to know what they did? We broke this down in the previous series. They used that vehicle's path, which was from the home, traveling onto Blaine Street, then White Avenue, then making that right onto Troy Road and hauled ass out of town and simply placed Koberger on that same street. Based on his cell phone coming back online, his phone never pinged. On Blaine Street, the other white Hyundai Elantra, who is the actual suspect, drove on that road. Let's go back over this again. Here we examine the map. As you see, for that white Hyundai Elantra to be traveling down White Avenue and speeding, by the way, has a path that more than likely is traveling from the west. There isn't much traveling from the east. Oh, wait a minute again. There is a Taco Bell off of Blaine Street. Now who claimed to get to Taco Bell after they dropped off Kaylee and Maddie? Would that be the so-called private driver? Is that white Hyundai Elantra speeding down White Avenue the private driver? I know, we claimed it was a red Mustang. Yeah, that's in the grub truck surveillance. But based on the accounts of the private driver, didn't they provide a Taco Bell receipt to Moscow PD as some form of an alibi? There are several fucking so-called private drivers. That's the problem. We know this, due to there being a different person being interviewed. That would be Batman. Could this be the person who crashed the white Hyundai Elantra in Oregon? That Taco Bell's drive-thru is open until 3 a.m. They just ordered food for the alibi, contemplated everything, planked in the parking lot, perhaps a few phone calls were made, and then hauled ass onto White Avenue, speeding out of town. I know it sounds too deep for some, but remember, the DoorDasher literally ordered and delivered the food. So Batman would also order food just to claim they were not involved in the murders. Heck, we can even suggest that Batman and Bonnie were orchestrating everything together. Batman heads to Taco Bell before skipping town, and Bonnie heads to Jack in a Crack, so-called delivering food to Xana. They leave town, then Bonnie arrives at the home about 15 minutes later with the so-called food. But the actual path and travel would be before the white Hyundai Elantra is spotted at 3:45 a.m., meaning while they're in sync with one another, Bonnie would get to the crack around 3:30 a.m. perhaps, and Batman would be leaving Taco Bell around this time. Oh my fucking, it's becoming more and more visible to me. That white Hyundai Elantra was also in that neighborhood and had left about an hour prior, and then Bonnie arrives with the fake delivery. Batman is not a private driver, by the way, but this vehicle was used to frame Koberger, but they fucked up the timing. Mind you, they are trying to time their movement with the actual murders, and they couldn't get that timing right. So instead of the actual time of death being in the 3 a.m. hour, the DoorDash delivery happened around 4 a.m. because Bonnie couldn't track exactly when the murders were finalized. They couldn't just sit in the area, waiting for the massacre to take place. They had to drive around in attempts to time when it took place, and then take action. The killers had to leave the home first, with everyone deceased, before she could make her way to the home. And Batman couldn't leave town yet until the murders were finalized as well. Once the word got out that the housemates were officially deceased, then Batman hauls ass out of town, then crashes the white Hyundai Elantra way the fuck in Oregon. Maybe Batman is Clyde would make sense since they're Bonnie and Clyde. Remember, the so-called private driver claimed he headed to Taco Bell after dropping the girls off. So if we look at the path from the house to Taco Bell, well, you're more than likely going to travel down Blaine Street because Taco Bell is on Blaine Street. Mind you, just because the so-called private driver provided a receipt from Taco Bell as an alibi, we obviously don't know the time in which he ordered the food. It had to be before 3 a.m., of course. But if it's closer to 3 a.m. than 2 a.m., there's approximately 40 minutes of mysterious activity from this person.
And it goes right by that A&W restaurant, too.
Takes about 5 minutes to travel from the victim's home to that Taco Bell. And if we factor in the white Hyundai Elantra traveling westbound on White Avenue, I mean, it's about a 98% chance that they are coming from that very Taco Bell. The so-called private driver claimed to go to Taco Bell after dropping the girls off. Then a white Hyundai Elantra is seen driving westbound on White Avenue, obviously coming from an intersection of White Avenue and Blaine Street, where Taco Bell is located. I think it's safe to say that this is the same person who spoke to authorities. But then again, there is a Jack in a Crack and Taco Bell right next to each other in, guess where? Pullman, Washington.
Yep. There's a Jack in the Box right there, Taco Bell, and then your Steptoe apartments are right up. You just kind of keep going up a little bit more. It's too bad they didn't move the picture over to the right, because then you would have had Steptoe in view. It's literally, you turn right on Northeast Stadium Way, you go down, and then right as you're about right down to the bottom right of the picture, then you turn left and you go up.
The Crack's drive-thru is open 24 hours, and Taco Bell's drive-thru is open until 4 a.m. Bonnie is the DoorDasher. Clyde is driving the white Hyundai Elantra, more than likely his brother's vehicle, driving around trying to be spotted in surveillance to frame Kohberger. And guess who stays near these two important restaurants? That's right, Kohberger. His apartments are not too far from those
Yeah, see, you just go up a little bit and you turn left and you're right there, Steptoe Apartments. Actually, though, it's up here. It's actually where the arrow is, not where the C is. It's where the bottom of that arrow is. It's on the other side. So when you drive up, you turn left. So right here you see Northeast Valley Road. You don't go up to Garden Avenue. You turn left on Northeast Brandy Way, and then you drive up Northeast Brandy Way, and then you turn right into that parking lot right there. Let's see here. It's not in the right spot. So, like, here's the picture right here. So your Jack in the Box and all that stuff is right here. Your McDonald's and all that is right there. So this is how you actually get there. You go down this road, you go up Stadium Way, then you turn left. And you go up here. And then you come back here, and this right there where the circle ends, that's where his apartment actually is actually at. Now, if you go this way, that's what shows up when you type it in for GPS to get there for the GPS. But really, if you're trying to get to Kohberger's specific apartment, then this is the route that you go.
Restaurants. It seems they were literally right on top of their scapegoat that night.
You turn left on Brandy
drove by
Way
and took a photo of his vehicle. I guess
this
is how Batman came up with this whole "he stayed 1,200 feet from my doorstep" nonsense.
That don't make.
See, they tried to frame Kohberger, but they fucked up their timing, which led to the white Hyundai Elantra spotted in the gas station surveillance becoming a mysterious vehicle. Remember, it was initially deemed a potential suspect, then it was ruled out. That was supposed to be the gotcha factor in framing Kohberger, but they couldn't get the timing right. The vehicle is leaving town at 3:45 a.m., but the DoorDash delivery was around 4 a.m., meaning the housemates were depicted as still being alive. So of course the white Hyundai Elantra spotted in the gas station surveillance can't be the alleged Kohberger. Once again, that vehicle, which matches the description of the alleged killer, is speeding down White Avenue, turns right onto Troy Road, and heads out of town. The gas clerk claims to not know which direction the vehicle headed, to cover up the fact that she did know which direction it headed, obviously onto the highway. And this would be approximately 15 to 20 minutes prior to the alleged Kohberger's return to the home for the attacks, and also contradicts the estimated time of death around 4:25 a.m. They never showed that surveillance footage, and they definitely won't show the other camera feeds which face the intersection. Now they ruled this vehicle out as the suspect, but somehow they obtained Koberger's.
Yeah, and I'm going to leave it. And this is why, because this is what I was thinking from the beginning too. Because when you go to that mobile gas station and you're looking and you're like, because some people thought maybe it was snow, because the back part of that, you see the rear there, you think that it's snow, but really, whoa, why are you moving so quick, Google guy? What the hell? But really, when you go down to look at it, it's this part right here. So there's cameras. See the cameras? There's cameras there, and there's a camera there. And so the kind of like, if you like zoom back a little bit and picture a car right here. If I could, I can't zoom back. Can I go into the gas station? Well, it's changed. There's no sidewalk there now. Shit. Well, anyway, that's why I think it's not necessarily snow. It's the part of the sidewalk right here. Vehicles right there, and that's why you're getting what looks like a lighter image in the background, where it looks like maybe people might think it was snow.
Now they ruled this vehicle out as the suspect, but somehow
I'm gonna have to watch this again.
Koberger's license and registration in Pullman, which of course identified him. So this Elantra parked in apartments in another state, searched by camp.
Yeah, that Chrysler 300, Sea-Dog, that Chrysler lives there. I mean, it was parked there every single day I was there. The Chrysler was pretty much in the same spot, too.
This police was looked into, but the white Hyundai Elantra, which was seen speeding in fucking Moscow, captured on surveillance.
Fucking Moscow.
Off. Really?
Fucking Moscow.
Who does that?
I know.
Nobody, that's who.
Right? They're like going to take my F-bomb crown. Damn. Harsh was the only one that does it usually. And then I snatched that shit right back. But man, Chaos Sector's about to take my F-bomb crown tonight. It's good. I love it.
Oh, because it's not the same year of the white Hyundai Elantra you're looking for?
Fucking Moscow.
Wow. That's brilliant detective work. Compared to what? You don't have another vehicle to compare years with. You can't compare it with the vehicle in the Linda Lane surveillance because you can't tell if that's even a white Hyundai Elantra, in which they never identified it as such.
I'm sorry. Listen, you could... I've had so many people send me pictures of BMWs, Toyotas, Hyundais, Chryslers, Subarus. Look, this is what car... You can put anything on these things, man. It is so hard. Look at this right here. I mean, it is so hard to get it. We're going to look at it, though. We're going to look at it.
Remember, they described that specific vehicle as, quote, a light-colored vehicle.
White or light
color.
color.
How do you rule out the white Hyundai Elantra on White Avenue if you don't have another white Hyundai Elantra to rule it out with?
Right.
Are we on the same page here? They knew which vehicle was the suspect. No shocker there. It's a cover-up. Ruled that vehicle out because it is the suspect. Either they're one of the killers, the lookout, the one that carried out other duties in the murders. But it's obvious that this white Hyundai Elantra was speeding away from the scene of the crime. Oh, had a stop off at Taco Bell first. To make it appear they're just getting late-night grub. Yeah, clever thinking.
Yeah.
It aligns with Bonnie.
It's like I'm saying, so what if you have a freaking receipt from Taco Bell? Like it's literally 2 minutes away. It ain't that far. Just because. It ain't that far, man. You can... Moscow. Moscow's a freaking neighborhood, Joe. It ain't even a city.
It's the same tactic. She pretended to be a DoorDasher that night, dropping off the crack to the home.
That's what
if
we
she
thought.
would pretend to deliver.
Damn, why you gotta say that word so much, Chaos Sector? Damn. YouTube's probably going ding, 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 ding. I mean, the F word already gets the dings, but damn, the crack will get like ding, 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 ding. Crazy. This is all stuff. See, I remember when we were talking about this shit like 10 months ago, people were getting so fucking mad and they were making up shows talking shit about my shows and my intelligence, when I'm sitting there going, I wonder if E and D are the ones. I mean, I'm not, come on, what is Chaos Sector talking about, people? What is Chaos Sector talking about? Bonnie and Clyde? Come on. Think about it. Think about it.
Deliver food to one of the victims who was already deceased, then it's plausible that the white Hyundai Elantra also pretended to get food as their alibi after dropping Kaylee and Maddie home. Once again, we have established that there are multiple people who are depicted as the private driver. If you want to include Eric Gower, so be it.
Jack in the
There would be Eric Gower depicted as...
I know, but soon YouTube doesn't know the Jack and the Crack. They just know Jack and Crack. You know what I'm saying? That's all YouTube knows.
The private driver. Then you have someone being interviewed by Law and Crime. Then you have what appears to be a Mustang in the window's reflection, picking the girls up, which obviously was discovered later, crashed and abandoned with the smell of bleach inside the car. And this white Hyundai Elantra seen speeding down White Avenue, coming from the direction of where Taco Bell was located. Process of elimination here. Eric Gower is not the private driver. I think we've firmly proven that. This leaves the red Mustang, the individual being interviewed, and the white Hyundai Elantra spotted in surveillance on White Avenue. Well, based on evidence, I would still suggest that the red Mustang was the so-called private driver, considering the vehicle in the window's reflection appears to resemble the headlights and taillights of a Mustang.
Yeah. And one of them's burnt out on the right side. And it does resemble a Mustang, because one of the 3 lights on the tail light, one of them's burned out on the right tail light. So that don't make sense either.
The vehicle was then crashed and abandoned with a forensics team.
And we do have a zoom in for it too. Trust me, you're going to see that shit full screen if you want.
Inspecting it. Maddie's coat found near the fire hydrant. It all indicates there was a physical altercation, and perhaps Maddie's DNA was in that Mustang. Not to be too graphic, but we have to break all of these issues down. It is alleged that the owner of that red Mustang is abusive, right? Well, gets into a physical altercation with the girls, Maddie is attacked, and blood was left in that car. This is happening inside the vehicle, but once they got out of the vehicle, the abuser couldn't draw too much attention by aggressively following them. So they drove off as Kaylee and Maddie run back home. The phone calls Kaylee and Maddie made to Jack started around 2:30 a.m. That window between being dropped off, approximated to be around 2 a.m., till they got back home by running away, would align with the initial phone call at 2:30 a.m. We don't know what was happening within the house before the calls. Perhaps there was communication about what happened, and everyone was trying to figure out what to do. The last phone call was around 3 a.m., as we assume this was when both girls were attacked. Well, what would the white Hyundai Elantra be doing, assumed to be coming from Taco Bell? This may be the person interviewed, covering for the actual so-called private driver that night in the red Mustang. Moscow PD obtained the surveillance from that gas station and knew that the white Hyundai Elantra was involved, but it was never publicly reported by the mainstream media nor by their own reports that they identified a white Hyundai Elantra from...
Yeah, because in the beginning they were asking for the individuals that they said they felt that they could help them. That they had information that could help them. Not saying it like, you fucking did it, that's how we know you can help you. Saying, we know you were in the area, we know you had to see something, We would like to talk to you. I remember that at the very beginning. Because the way that they talked. Especially in the early December news clips. I'm going to have to watch this video again. This is, we're going to have to break this thing down. What's up, Christine?
Any other video footage.
That too,
This was
right?
the so-called evidence that they claimed they had regarding video footage that identified the vehicle. It was the gas station surveillance that literally identified.
Yeah, I'll show you guys. I got a zoomed in bottom, as of right now, I got a zoomed in top left and a zoomed in bottom left of the grub truck. So I'm going to show you guys full freaking screen. I'll show you guys here after a bit the bottom left zoom that'll show the reflections and the headlights and all that other stuff. So instead of getting some little teeny thing, we're going to have it like full screen like this video is. Well, I mean fuller
a white
screen.
Hyundai Elantra.
Like this.
But they claim that wasn't the vehicle. Now this vehicle is speeding down White Avenue, makes a right onto Troy Road, which merges with Highway 8. And guess what, my friends? They saw this vehicle speeding down Highway 8 as well by the traffic camera. Idaho State Police and
See what I'm saying? And this is shout out to Caddy, because way back when we were in Moscow and right after that, she was giving us the information. I mean, and these are in color, people. These are even in color. These are even in color. Clear as shit. You can go right now. Actually, here, let me see. I know it's got to be towards the top of one of my saved links here. Let me see. I got to share it with you guys because you guys, the clarity, and then you're talking with this person driving down all of these, the best lit areas of each city because they're the major intersections in downtown. They're the best well lit, and they have these give me 1 second. I know it's towards the top here. I got so many right here. Difference, traffic cameras. Nope, that's not it. Right here. So here, I'm going to share this with you guys. And all the way back then, Caddy got this for us. So here is the link. And you can literally go look up these cameras. And there's another site too. Well, the jacket wasn't there before. Taco Hell. I love the Dorito Locos tacos. That's what I like. Yeah, here's the website. You can literally right there. I mean, there's a picture right there. You can go watch these. You can watch these live if you want. So hit that link, save it. Check it out sometime. What's up, Megcellent? Sometimes I go for Taco Bell, but it makes me feel like hell afterwards, right? Especially if you get all that sour cream, yo, because when you ask for sour cream, that's like half the taco, right? It's like, but there, look at that color, clarity. Come on now. Yeah, you probably won't be able to get a plate. You probably won't be able to get a plate, but you can definitely make out a vehicle, especially if it's coming down any of these. But there's other cameras there. You can choose. See, you got all these different ones. You got all these different areas. Look at this, Boise, all sorts of shit. So definitely check it out. You can take a look at the different cameras.
Idaho State Police and Moscow PD claimed they saw Koberger's vehicle heading out of town. Yeah, nice try. What you saw was a white Hyundai Elantra heading out of town approximately around 3:50 to 4 a.m. when the alleged Koberger was still trying to sneak into the home and commit the fucking massacre. In other words, the vehicle they claim has been spotted all throughout Moscow.
Damn!
Was the very white Hyundai Elantra in the gas station surveillance. But that surveillance is not really the key. It's that damn vaulted neighbor's camera footage. If that was revealed, trust me, you'll see all types of vehicles in and out of that neighborhood, before, during, and after the murders. And also, the violence being heard, the screams, the dog barking, people yelling. They couldn't convince anyone that it was just one person responsible for that crime. So, it's going to be vaulted. And had the nerve to claim the only audio captured from that camera was a loud thud, whimpering sounds, and the dog barking. Talk about damage control. They took it to another level with that one, hey? Who the hell knows who's who and who did what? It's all tangled webs. That's what we're trying to figure out. But what we have figured out is Bonnie was a DoorDash driver, and she was described by one of the employees at the crack who made the delivery for Xana. That's enough to build on.
Okay, here's the thing. When it comes to the Jack in the Box, this is something that was... I mean, come on, let's be real. This was almost a year ago. This was March sometime. And then April, and then May. And you got one person talking to Jack in the Box, and you got somebody else talking to Jack in the Box, and you got somebody else talking to Jack in the Box, and they all got 3 different stories, and even the sex changed. The sex changed 3 times. Male, female, then male. It went from male to female, then back to male. How can you listen? How can y'all trust a motherfucker when you got and the 2 males don't even freaking match according to the other, you know what I'm saying? So really you got 3 different versions of who the hell placed that delivery. You really could pick any one of them. You know? Listen, we were exploring E&D and the fake DoorDash and all that other stuff in February, March, April. And I know I've discussed it the last couple months where we could go over it again because I have more stuff on it to talk to you guys about. But, I mean... I guess we could. Danny, right? That was, man, I was like, it's just going to be another one of those channels that I'm just like, yeah, I'm just going to have to keep moving. Sorry. I might see you pop up on, you know, some kind of playlist or something or some kind of recommended feed, but I'm just going to keep walking. I'm good. I got too many other things to work on. And not enough time to do it.
Regarding all of those sneaky drivers running around that night. And that opened up a can of maggots. Don't mind me, I'm just going off a hunch. This needs to be thoroughly examined because there is a trail of evidence in here somewhere.
This is a good
Let's stop
video.
Right here, because this appears to be another circling piece of evidence. We'll just keep circling around it, like a bloodthirsty cluster of piranhas. This is the chaos sector.
That was a good video. Damn, they took the F-bomb crown from me tonight. They took that shit away. That was a good video. I would like to actually, I don't know, what time is it? 8:16? We'll see. We're going to get into some other stuff here. I would definitely, if I am, I'll tell you what, if we get on, watch the Megyn Kelly one. The Chaos Sector Megyn Kelly. Oh, yeah? Is that the one where they were blaming JLR for being the fucking DoorDash driver? I don't. Is that it? Because I watched that one and I'm good. I'm just like. You know what? JLR, the DoorDash driver now. Let me see if I watched it. Because it might have been one that I haven't even checked out yet. Because a lot of the times I don't check out these until I watch them with you guys. Let me see. I know which one you're talking about. Let me go back in my folder here. Let's see. We got University Detectives. We didn't watch that one yet. Let me see. Where's it at? Is it way back here? Wait a minute. It came, I know it came after this one. It came after that. Here, I'll just go to the channel. Because I know. Okay. No, I didn't. Okay. Ooh, and I missed this one too. Batman is the private driver. Oh, I already have it saved. What about this one? Is this one saved too? Yep, I already have them saved. Okay. We'll have to check those one out too. So this one, the driver's dilemma, huh? All right, we'll check it out. We got time. We got time. I know, I just wanted to see. I thought it would be at the time. We got time. It's other cars in the area too. Thank you all for hanging out. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way to
Let's address the PCA for a moment because many claim it's simple to obtain. And to be honest, it was.
That's right,
One of our audience members gave us the direct link to it.
What's up, Idaho?
As you see, the name is displayed of Eric Grower as the private driver. Now, Idaho's PCA was publicly released redacting that name.
Hold on one second. We got to pause that train, and I need to do a contribution call out to CDog88 for the $5 super chat. I just got home from DD and oh, thank you so much. What? Oh no, be careful. For real. What's going on, CDog? I'm retired, but yes, I do that here and there. I've 1,000 deliveries made, huh? That's interesting. Yep, and plus all the other information about how it wasn't even purchased through an account that Xana usually used, and the account was associated with a prepaid card. So there was nothing to be tied back to it.
Moscow PD requested for the arrest warrant. Koberger had traveled to Pennsylvania, of course, and Pennsylvania enforced that arrest warrant by court order. The arrest warrant consists of the exhibits of Moscow PD officers, including the search warrant from Washington State as well. They had everything they needed, and Koberger was arrested December 30th in Pennsylvania, of course. Now, although this is accessible and it gives JLR a bit of breathing room, he's not out of the woods just yet because...
Do you all think, like, for real, when I seen that video, I'm just saying, when I seen that video, I was like, for real? like, like, for real? Are we really saying... Mr. Come in, come in, come in, come in, come in. Mr. Come in. Are you saying, like, for real? Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Come in, come in, come in. No, it's not him. He was too busy eating his breakfast on camera. Come on.
We just focus on the other half of that issue in the last episode.
He's too busy
Eric
eating
Grower.
He's too busy eating his Holiday Inn fucking scrambled eggs for you instead. I don't know. I couldn't eat on camera for you guys. I think that'd be disgusting.
This
wouldn't it?
Eric Gower, who is
eating
this?
fucking food on camera,
right? Was it Eric
Wouldn't that be
Gower
disgusting?
and the name was spelled incorrectly? I simply don't.
I mean, shit, I don't even smoke my fucking black and mild cherry tips on camera. Shit.
See Idaho State Police making that mistake, especially with such a distinct last name. So was it Eric Grower then? Well, this means once again that JLR's claim of it being Eric Gower from Moscow is incorrect. Okay, maybe it was a mistake, right?
Oh, I've had DoorDash. You know what? I've had DoorDash people call me even though I didn't even request a phone call. And I'm going to be honest with you. Most time I deal with DoorDash, I'm going to be honest with you. As much as my son gets DoorDash and he said that they just drop it off and take a pic. Yeah, guess what, lady? I fucking DoorDash. I don't need to ask a fucking son. I DoorDash, and I'm telling you, maybe it's just, I don't know. I don't understand it. But I'm telling you, 80% of the time, I have an interaction with that person. 80% of the time. So I don't care if your son told you that when he DoorDashes, he don't never say, I don't give a fuck because I DoorDash. I DoorDash. I don't need to ask nobody. I don't think J.O. I mean, really? Everybody does do it differently. Yeah, you can request things. But I don't even put it in a request. Sometimes I don't even put nothing in it, and I have the DoorDasher calling me saying, hey, it says that I'm supposed to give you a call. It says I'm supposed to give you a call to see where you want it. What? It didn't even ask me to write anything. What are you talking about? I don't know. This is just what it says. Okay. And they call. Like, so I don't know. Maybe it's just, who knows? You think it would be a across the board thing? I don't want to be fucking called when my delivery. I don't want to be called. I can see it on my damn phone when the delivery's being made, you know? I don't need
Not
no
so
damn
fast.
call.
If you examine throughout that video, he is specifically calling him Eric Grower, but has a photo of a man named Eric Gower, which he obviously researched about. All right, we're just going back over this briefly.
What? Do you guys think that... I'm not even going to make a poll. Just put in chat. Do you think, you know, Index Finger is gonna... Do you really think he's a private driver? I don't. Somebody fucked up. They spelled it wrong on purpose because they didn't want to out the dudes or the lady that worked for the MPD. They didn't want to out him for putting in the tip. So they... Sorry, I thought that's how it was spelled. Yeah, you just create fog in the first place. I think this dude was the dude that put the tips in. His fucking wife works for MPD.
An accusation has been made against JLR, and although he may have not obtained a sealed PCA, his character is still aligning with the suspicion regarding the private driver. Once again, we go back to the interview.
Could be that,
Although
too.
some keep claiming the private driver was in fact Eric Gower, Then who is being interviewed claiming to be from Pullman, Washington? And why didn't the private driver mention anything about being a friend of the family?
All right, hold on. Let me move my face here. We'll go sneak over here, so you guys can see what it says. It says, he said, I just sort of pulled in front of their driveway. I didn't pull right into the parking lot. This is from one of the articles where he got interviewed. I didn't pull right into the parking lot. I usually try not to do that because that's an easy way to get robbed. I try to stay in positions where I can go either direction so I can get away if I have to. It's never happened, but you hear about these things. But on that night, he saw and felt no threat. In fact, he said, I didn't watch them go all the way in. There were 2 of them. It's a relatively safe place. It's not something I would usually sit and watch. But you care about them. And then the reason that you said that you collected the tips in the beginning of December, from December 7th to December 10th and 11th, was because your wife was the one that were worried and you were totally fine. So you just contradict what you...
Yet the family did, because they stated that after his interview, that person would mention that in their interview. After all, they talked about basically everything else regarding the housemates, because it wasn't even in their thought process to even think about making such a statement. But the family said it to, well, kind of gloss over the private driver as quickly as possible. I know someone would leave a comment saying, no, that's true. The family did know the private driver. Then why would they kidnap those girls then? They didn't really know them now, did they? See,
Yeah, and they knew him like family. They said that, the family said that he was like family to them. And you're right, Miss Girl, you did call him Remy. Well, there is a lot of people that do have the nickname Remy. That's not their name, just because of the movie. What's that movie with Michael Rappaport? That movie with Michael Rappaport where his nickname was Remy. A lot of people will give that nickname to people that have that similar appearance at one point in time. Eric was the unredacted PCA, yeah. So I don't know. Wouldn't if they were like family, and then like he said, he took the girls quite often. He picked them up quite often. So why wouldn't you? I'm telling you right now, I don't even know who the fuck you are, and like literally, if it was a thing where it was like, yeah, I don't even know you, but if you're a fucking female, just as a gentleman, I'm making sure you get into your door and it's shut before I even leave. Just as a gentleman. I don't even have to know you or care about you. It's just as a gentleman. So why in the hell wouldn't you be waiting, you know? Right, Brett? Just as a gentleman. I don't gotta fucking know you. And if I do know you, yeah, I'm watching to make sure you, especially being a female, I'm watching you to make sure. If I'm not taking you to the door, I'm watching you to make sure. Because the last thing I want to do is go down the road. I try and live life without regrets. I'm not trying to drive down 2 blocks, something happen, and me go, my whole life go, shit, I wish I would have stayed there, and I wish I would have made sure they walked in. Yeah, it all doesn't make sense, Pamela, you know?
This is why we keep coming back to the element of an impersonation, which we, of course, know JLR has a history of doing. Now, law enforcement identified the DoorDash driver, but didn't reveal their name in the PCA. But you identify the private driver? We can't go with the assumption that the driver wanted to keep their identity concealed, because I'm pretty sure the private driver would also want to keep theirs concealed as well. You follow so far? So what does this mean? Well, we can only conclude that the identity of the DoorDash driver is someone Moscow PD felt needed to keep a secret in the so-called unredacted PCA. Doesn't seem too unredacted to me, right? Again, they identified the DoorDash driver, yet they didn't.
Okay, so hold on a minute. So we're saying that JLR went to the police, gave them a fake name, and the police are going to use this tip. Let's be real here. The police are going to use this tip. They're going to use this tip in the PCA, and they're not going to verify the dude's name. They're not going to verify that he's a DoorDasher. They're not going to verify that he DoorDashed during that time period. Why would they not even double check that it's all legit, especially the name? I don't understand. Yeah, I get that, Misha girl, but what I'm saying is how could it be JLR then? Because if you're going to use this in the PCA, they use the private driver in the PCA. They used the DoorDash in the PCA. They used them both in the PCA. If you're going to use it in the PCA, don't you need to okay, can I see your license? Can I make sure your ID's correct? Can I make sure your identity's correct? Can I make sure, oh, you claim to be the DoorDasher? Oh, let's make sure that you can verify that you were DoorDashing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but Rolo, they misspelled the fucking. They had a town that they said is in Idaho, but it's in Washington. The fucking PCA is a sloppy mess. There's misspellings, wrong names of roads, wrong cities that are in the wrong states. So I'm not surprised they misspelled somebody's name. I ain't surprised, because if you can get a city that's in your own state wrong, where it's not in your own state, it's in the state next to you, yeah, that's a problem. But you would have to have verification. So just because you pretended to be other people, I'm sorry, do you think MPD is going to be like, all right, somebody just came down here, gave us a tip, and we're going to trust everything they say? No, they're going to say, can we have your, can we see your, verify your identity, verify you were working for DoorDash, verify that you were DoorDashing during this period in this area, verify it. You're not putting it on a PCA if it's not verified. I don't know. I'm just saying. Didn't
reveal that identity of that driver in the unredacted PCA.
I don't know.
I the private driver.
That's
There's
why
fuckery going on here.
Fuckery. Yeah, that's why I didn't pay too much attention to the one with JLR being the DoorDash or private DoorDash and whoever. Look, if you're LE and you have to reach that far, if you're LE and you got to reach that far in order to have this in a PCA, the case is going to get thrown out. It really is. If you're reaching like this, it's going to get thrown out.
Before someone posts something saying, you know, the identity of the DoorDash driver was revealed, it was this person or that person. It's not in the unredacted PCA, so I'm sorry we can't give merit to your claim. We were wrong about JLR obtaining a sealed PCA, as we didn't know that PCA was out there. Well, technically it wasn't. It was the arrest warrant that was made public. And the PCA just so happened to be included.
Yeah, in the beginning.
It's like a pride lion, you know?
You know what? And you want to know who messed up the names today, Excellent? Mr. John Kelly, Profiler. That show that we watched from 3 days ago, they messed up the names and they didn't even state the correct spot where the DNA was left on the knife sheath. What?
The pride lion gets angry with one of the cubs.
And we didn't even finish it.
Had nothing to do with it. The male just attacks whoever is near him. Because once the pride lion gets angry, they lose a bit of focus and even compassion. In other words, we're working on keeping our composure and focus without being so angry. Okay, now there is also the next problem. Does Eric Grower or Gower have a red Mustang? Because it's evident that the vehicle that kidnapped the girls was a Mustang. There's another problem. Now, everyone claimed it was a red Mustang, and we just broke it down as well. But Olivia stated she saw them arrive back home in an Uber. Uber, private driver, rideshare, maybe it's a bit minor to some. But there was no mention of a friend of the family, and we definitely haven't seen this vehicle in any footage, especially from the mysterious leak of the neighbor's security camera footage, which displays the reported time that the girls arrived back home. We can't see what she saw, which she states was around 1:56 a.m. A screenshot is leaked from the neighbor's home at 1:56 a.m. Some claim the time was edited into the footage, but it doesn't really matter. The fact that it was leaked proves that someone from that home is snooping around, just like the landlord of the Linda Lane apartments. They don't give the name of the DoorDash driver. Now, if they identified the private driver, but concealed the identity of the DoorDash driver, well, is this by request of the DoorDash driver? And if so, why would the private driver, this is just...
Exactly. There's no logical reason for doing that, unless their identity is very important. And of course, nobody in the mainstream media, you know what, let me address that for a moment since we're discussing the DoorDash driver. Megyn Kelly had her little series of damage control covering the Idaho case, but as everyone knows, she had recently focused on the element of drug overdoses, and none other than Bonnie and Clyde. Now, what prompted her to focus on those two in connection to the Idaho murders? As always, truth. Kelly basically alluded to the murders being drug-related because that had become the consensus by many, presenting herself as some, quote, independent reporter on her own, inquiring about the murder case. Now, I will say she is a former attorney, so her perspective does have merit in how she discusses the legalities of the case. But we all know she's just blabbering at the mouth to prevent the mainstream media as a whole of coming to the reality it was in fact drug-related. But the DoorDash driver's identity should have been revealed in the unredacted PCA, just like the private driver's identity was. There is no other explanation other than it's Bonnie, and they most definitely wouldn't reveal the name Emma Bailey in that PCA. Everyone gradually came to that conclusion anyway, but it would have been immediately with her name.
Yeah, and it was crazy how a year ago we were reading, right, Mishy girl, you remember this? A year ago we were reading an article about how they were facing so much time for a passing from a substance. They were facing all of this time, and it was like 10 to 20 some years they were facing. And then all of a sudden, all that shit just disappeared from the internet. All of a sudden, it just disappeared.
Revealed. I noticed Moscow PD didn't come out and refute the claims of those crack employees who gave the description of a female that matched Bonnie's, right? No debunking of theories that Bonnie had delivered. Wait, not only delivered, but also ordered the food to the house that night. Oh, you've debunked everything else. Why not debunk that? The fact that Bonnie is connected, this means Clyde was also connected. And if they're both connected, this means it's drug-related. And if it's drug-related, Moscow PD is not touching that detective work, with a 200-foot pole. So the name of the DoorDash driver was concealed to prevent the trail to that drug-related motive from becoming the center focus. And that leads to, well, a lot of questions directed at Moscow PD, the FBI, Lada County, the universities, the surviving housemates, and also the victims, the Greek life, and unfortunately the family and friends also. So, it's entirely too many dominoes that would fall. Hence, no identity of the DoorDash driver revealed in the unredacted PCA.
It's just exhausting. Why identify the private driver but not the DoorDash driver? They're both involved with or linked to the victims, right? The DoorDash driver delivered food to Xana and was there around the time the alleged Kohberger was there. Never got a statement from the DoorDash driver, observing a white vehicle driving around also. So what to make of this oddity? Identify one, but conceal the identity of the other when both were there that night. And one of them was literally there around the time frame the murders were reported to have happened. Think about that a bit. The alleged Kohberger had arrived back around 4:05 a.m. So at some point, that DoorDasher would spot a white vehicle driving around, and since it was the alleged killer, they would recall seeing that vehicle near the home. Just like the private driver in their bogus interview, right? Quote, I arrived to the area about 4 a.m. and I was making sure I had the correct address for the delivery. I found the address and pulled up into the parking lot. I didn't see anybody, but there were lights on in the house. I had called and told them I was on my way. So when I approached the home, a young lady answered the door and said she was Xana, so I handed her the food. And I left after the delivery, unquote. When asked if they saw anything suspicious or any vehicles, the DoorDasher stated, quote, I did see a few vehicles around, but didn't think much of it. Like nothing seemed suspicious. But I did see a white car driving around. It was like driving kind of slow. But, I never thought anything was going on.
What's up, American
It's
Princess?
so sad to know I was at the home minutes before those kids were murdered. Unquote. Nope. Apparently the DoorDasher had nothing to say. They were at the home minutes before the murders. Surely Moscow PD wanted to probe them a bit, get a statement, and even be interviewed by fucking Law and Crime. But I guess they had nothing to share about that night. Of course not. Okay, let's just relax. All right, let's try to do this without getting frustrated. Ugh, I can't do it. I just can't do it. It's impossible. I can't. It's JLR posing as a private driver in the interviews. I don't care, it's adding up. With Bonnie as the DoorDash driver, and Moscow PD intentionally...
They just said JLR posing as a private driver. Sorry.
Concealed that identity to protect her.
They just said
and JLR gave a alternate name for Eric Gower and then presented him as the private driver to protect the kidnappers and also Bonnie. We're just going to keep coming back to this theory. It's just going to keep rearing its ugly head. Again, the DoorDash driver was not identified because it was Bonnie. Remember, the employees at the crack described her, and Bonnie stated she was not dashing at the time and the FBI had been up there prior. Seems those employees at the crack could be key witnesses. Not if the FBI can help it. One private driver, two different residences, that's what you end up with if you claim it was Eric Gower from Moscow and the interview of the private driver. Okay, some have made claims about both dummy cars and who they were owned by. Some claim that the red Mustang belonged to, well, basically a coward who abused his wife and kids. Well, that puts that ride home with him into perspective. I think we'll leave that here until further investigating into this person. Some claim that the white Hyundai Elantra was sold to a female by the previous owner of the victim's house. To be honest, we can't do anything with this information unless we literally dig into it, which is a bit time-consuming.
And there's the photo. There's the photo right there of them looking at the vehicle there. Missy Girl brought it up there a minute ago.
You see the 3 slat design in the taillights, right? Many have saw this before. This would be a Mustang, which was found crashed and abandoned in town, and a forensics team was out there. Why in the world would a forensics team be investigating what would appear to be just an abandoned vehicle?
Right.
Well, if the authorities were notified the vehicle had a strong smell of bleach, then there's DNA involved. What did they find, huh? Surely the forensics team collected some type of DNA. Anywho. We find a white Hyundai Elantra crashed and abandoned in Oregon. Moscow PD and Oregon PD dismissed the claims it was involved in the murders, which mean those theories had reached their desk. Think about it. Someone informed them.
Yeah, and those are two different back. Like we discussed in earlier show today, this morning, it's got a flat and then a different angle going up in the back, and this one is a curve, so they're different.
Those theories had been floating around, and they came out publicly to dismiss it. Yet, you can't rule out the vehicle because you don't know if the owner of the vehicle was involved or not. But somehow you looked into Kohberger's vehicle. Out of all the white Hyundai Elantras submitted, hey, they had thousands of registries. When did they look into Kohberger? Because during the time frame those registries were being submitted, the DNA hadn't identified anyone. And of course, 3.5 octillion, octrillion, or octatrillion, or whatever bogus number they threw out, was traced back to a Kohberger's family tree, which they matched with one of the Elantras submitted. Not saying it's impossible, but that seemed a bit quick if you ask me. Kohberger claimed that wasn't his DNA in the home. He said it made it known, and the defense is sitting on the frame, just watching the prosecution self-destruct. And on top
Ticket
of that,
140,
you had no
thank you,
proof
typically.
that the footage you had obtained was a white Hyundai Elantra. Mind you, the vehicle was described as a, quote, light-colored vehicle in that Linda Lane surveillance. So you had no vehicle identified, so where did the Hyundai Elantra come from? The screenshot from the gas station. And then this make and model was deemed the suspect in the Linda Lane surveillance. Are you guys seeing this crap? And then claim that the very vehicle you identified by make and model in that screenshot is not the same model you're looking for? Once again, even in the beginning, that gas station footage was never released. Not a snippet, nothing. The clerk claimed she didn't know which direction the vehicle headed. The vehicle headed right onto the highway and speeded out of town. She could see this from the front camera facing the intersection. If it were Kohberger, more than likely, he would head straight through the intersection, back into the neighborhood, after, for some reason, driving all the way near that area. So whose vehicle is that? Moscow PD. They've never publicly identified the owner of that vehicle, yet it was the vehicle they wanted everyone to believe was the suspect. Remember, that came after they had obtained Linda Lane surveillance. And some may suggest they didn't have to publicly identify the owner.
What's up,
of the
Niners
vehicle.
girl,
It was
141?
ruled not the vehicle. First of all, how would they know that? Let me guess, they ruled that Elantra out due to the light-colored vehicle in the Linda Lane footage. That's priceless. Second of all, it is the exact make and model of the alleged suspect at the time, and traveling in town around the time the murders had occurred. So just like the white Hyundai Elantra was ruled out and identified as a female with the vehicle registered in Colorado, do you see? Mind you, initially they reported that the murders occurred between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m., and that white Hyundai Elantra is seen speeding down White Avenue around 3:45 a.m., right smack dab in the time frame the murders would have been committed.
Right, and right back there, that's where you get the white part where it looks like there's snow in the picture, but it's not really snow, it's just the sidewalk. That's why we were giving you that view from over here on the Google guide, just kind of giving you the perspective of where that picture actually was taken.
But due to Xana's so-called cell phone activity and her so-called DoorDash delivery, they pushed it back, and Payne approximated the murders occurred between 4 a.m. to 4:25 a.m. So, of course, the white Hyundai Elantra speeding down White Avenue can't be the suspect. Oh, really? How can you know that for sure? And furthermore, if the gas clerk claimed she couldn't tell which direction the vehicle headed, is this essentially what Moscow PD also claimed? Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. She basically spoke for both of them. Yeah, okay. Yet, they claim they spotted Kohberger's vehicle driving on the highway, heading back to Pullman. Where did the other white Hyundai Elantra go? A mysterious vehicle just thrown out there and matches the description of the alleged killer, and it's ruled out due to the updated time of death? Who was driving that fucking vehicle? In conclusion here, the PCA was attached to the arrest warrant. The actual unredacted PCA itself has never been publicly released, so it's a technicality in a way. Eric Grower would have to be an owner of a red Mustang that kidnapped those girls. We see the make and model in the window's reflection. The DoorDash driver somehow wasn't identified in that unredacted PCA because it was Bonnie Bailey. The white Hyundai Elantra crashed and abandoned in Oregon was the getaway vehicle, in my opinion. That's why they never identified the owner of the vehicle they publicly claimed was the suspect in the gas station screenshot. And JLR impersonated a private driver in the interview. Oh, and Gonzalez, or Goncalves. Yeah, I'm sorry if we've offended the victims by mispronouncing their names. please forgive us. How dare we mispronounce the name of one of the victims we have spent over a year trying to get justice for? Then why would you mispronounce the name then? Just to bait more of those snakes out of the grass. And go check all of the previous episodes pronouncing the name. We've always pronounced the name Gonzalez, despite others pronouncing it Goncalves. But you know that, so why even address it? Furthermore, to claim that we are disrespecting the victims. Actually, you're the one disrespecting the victims by even posting that comment. It's not true for one, and you know that, and yet you still decided to post it. That tells me you have nothing substantial to bring to the table. This is why we call out individuals in the comment section. We don't tolerate nonsense. And another comment they posted, why are you telling us about the grub truck footage? We already know that. You don't know anything, to be honest. Yep. The same thing happened in the Kanika Jenkins case. Chaos was mowing everything down, and people from her hometown were all in the comment sections of many content creators posing as normal posters. Of course, there are people from Moscow running around on YouTube. Obviously, they won't say they're from Moscow. Rather create these accounts, just lurking around spying on what's being said about the murders. Joining in 2022, the same year the murders took place. And somehow you think you're a part of some truth movement or true crime community? What were you doing before those murders took place? Don't have us check your channel. It would tell us all we need to know. Oh my fucking, you joined in 2023? And your channel is, quote, dedicated to investigating the Idaho murders? Now what that indicates to me is that you, yes you, are from Moscow. But you're not really investigating. You're trying to see what others are presenting. Many presented the theory that Kanika's family was involved in her death. And we really tacked that on the wall, and people were told about it from Chicago, and many started to lurk around watching content from the J4K. Oh yeah, we broke that down, and if anyone is still around, they remember the finale, with a series called The Wretched Hole. Kanika sent a text message to her sister before she was taken out of that room. When the sister was asked by a reporter, did she communicate with her, she said no, and the look on her face showed guilt. And she wouldn't say she communicated with Kanika that night, because it would indicate she was aware that her sister was in danger. That's what the text message was
Ticket
about.
142, what's up,
it was
Linty?
during the time frame Kanika was ready to leave the party. She started to notice there were more dangerous individuals coming to the party, and she decided to leave. Text her sister about it, and well, she simply ignored it. Even the mother was interacting with YouTubers, arguing on Facebook about certain claims, theories, and even holding her responsible for her odd behavior. That specific text message was never released, yet all of the other phone records from that night were released. And of course, Kaylee and Maddie's phone records have never been released because it would show they were in danger, just like Kanika's text message would show. You see this photo of the crime scene? This is the kosher kitchen in which she was discovered deceased in that freezer. Now that window has a bit of smearing on it, right? But in this photo, you can even see the yellow wall on the other side. To conceal this evidence, they literally placed a privacy mask on the window in surveillance to prevent you from seeing the opposite side, which would reveal multiple people on the other side. I mean, it was so blatant. We reveal the editing zoomed in, which would make it even more ridiculous. As she walked around that corner, you can see fragments of individuals' shadows. Yeah, they did a horrible job in editing. We revealed one of her so-called friends was holding her by the waist, escorting her to that freezer. The peers were exposed, the sister knew Kanika was in danger that night, and the mother surely would have been notified as well. Our content became more and more direct towards the family because they knew it was going to happen. And when our content became that direct, the wave of DC agents, that being of course damage control agents, started to sprout out even more. Even in the beginning, all the blame was on the hotel, claiming the security guard was the one who escorted her to the freezer, or one of the maintenance workers did it, and the hotel had an underground organ harvesting ring and killed Kanika for her organs. But if the hotel was involved in the murder, well, you do realize that the peers would have conspired with the hotel for those organs, right? And since this is big business, definitely the family was a part of it as well, right? Those were our rebuttals to those theories. In the Idaho murders investigation, these DC agents don't want the murders to be rooted in drug activity because it places the focus on the town, the authorities, the universities, the college circle, and even the housemates themselves. and even those DC agents because they're more than likely from Moscow. No, we can't have that. It was the 29-year-old creeper who couldn't keep a date and was stalking younger females because he was a loser. Yeah, that's the killer. He's guilty. Yeah, nice try, but logic and common sense will always prevail over damage control, my friends. And the Idaho murders case has family members also interacting with individuals on social media. So we already know there are those who relay information to the family, Moscow PD, the prosecution, heck, even the FBI. We've given these specific people nicknames. YouTube informants. You can't blend in, my friend. Your intentions can't be masked with being a, well, subscriber or joining stream chats discussing the case. You will be triggered by something that will bring out your true intentions. Check the chaos. Yeah, it says 2015. That's almost 10 years in itself. But we've been around since 2008, doing the same work as we're doing now. So you might want to show a bit more respect to those who put in the hard work. If not, then just move along. And don't tell me you're subscribed to the chaos. Clearly that's to spy on the channel. I'm not saying everyone who recently got a channel is somehow dishonest, but it's always the ones who've just joined the YouTube platform who have the nerve to be running around criticizing everyone. Content creators have been around for years, even decades on YouTube, working hard, investigating crimes, exposing deception, all types of subjects being addressed and discussed. And here comes some person in 2022, 23, or even 24, running around criticizing others. How dare you? Not sure if you know this, but you're not able to snoop around over here. This is the chaos sector.
I mean,
can you believe these people?
I mean, let's be real. It's called YouTube. Every video you put out, there's always going to be somebody that knows everything that's going to comment like they know everything because they talk to who and they watch this person and that person. It's with every video. It's called being part of a platform and a content creator. It's called the yin and the yang. I could easily sit there and complain about all the people using my content to make shit, you know? It's part of the game. When you focus on that too much, you focus on stuff you don't need to. It's just, yep. We actually went into all that. When it comes to, I know a lot of you guys are new here. I went through the background of the house back in March. I started discussing a lot of it, got into the names and such, and was warned a couple times, politely, legally, when it came to people's names. So that's cool if you guys want to talk about it in chat, but I've already discussed all that last spring, the connections, and it actually goes a lot deeper than what you guys are even typing in chat. It even stretches to overseas. So everybody that's typing in chat, that's talking to, trust me, go get to the overseas part, right? Get to the overseas part, get to the Bitcoin stuff, get to the commercials that they have for their business. When you get there, hit me up, because that's as far as we went. And then after that, I just kind of backed away. Now, and for good reason too. Now, there is a couple updates here, and then we're going to get into some of this Linda Lane and the gas station photo stuff here. So let me go to these new updates. Couple videos. Those were the ones that we were talking about earlier. So here's some new updates from the families.
Of Jordan Willis, right? Because you had people banging on his door, nothing happened.
So these just dropped. These were from an hour ago. And so these are new interviews from the families. If you're just joining, please hit the like if you haven't yet. And if I've earned the subscription, please hit the subscribe button. If you haven't, it'll be glowing down there at the bottom. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you very much.
Now, this bothers you, Linda, the idea of the responsiveness of Jordan Willis, right? Because you had people banging on his door, nothing happened. And the part that bothers you is that something changed when police showed up, Linda. What changed?
I don't know what changed. I don't know why he would hear the police and not hear the people that had been there just prior.
Yeah, that's what we were asking the first day.
It's like he's acting. He's just trying to seem like I didn't.
Yeah, filling a role. Like, it's the same thing we were saying too. First
hear
day.
anything before this, and now that the police are here, I suddenly hear everything that's going on.
Thank you, Wapiti.
Somebody was so worried about what had happened when they couldn't find their loved one that they went into the house, never encountered Jordan Willis. But you say that from their perspective, they saw out on the back patio, from the room where the guys were supposedly hanging out and the couch where supposedly Jordan Willis may or may not have fallen asleep, they could see one of the men in a chair on the patio. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes. She saw that house right away, or she saw that body out on the back patio right away because it was sitting up. It was not laying down on the ground.
And it obviously raised your concern about how could this time go by and their friend not notice them out there.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, 2 days when cars parked out front, when you got big dogs that you let in and out of the house to go to the restroom.
Right.
How could you not?
Right, because you're letting them out the back door. You're not letting them out the front yard. You're letting them out the back door.
See what was...
And you saw the back door. Look at where the door's at. Right there. You can see the door handle on the sliding glass door for that room that they have there. And you got the back door right there. So really, you're taking the dogs out through either door because you're going to let them run and go outside when you got a fenced-in backyard to go to the bathroom.
Back patio right away because it was sitting up.
Right.
It was not laying down on the ground.
And it obviously raised your concern about how could this time go by and their friend not notice them out there.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, 2 days when cars parked out front, when you got big dogs that you let in and out of the house to go to the restroom.
Mm-hmm.
How could you not see what was out there?
Mm-hmm.
I understand the suspicion. I don't understand.
And
the situation with the dogs. Linda,
Kayla?
I've heard one dog. I've heard two dogs. I've heard they were home. I've heard they weren't home. What have you guys heard?
I've heard the 2 dogs were home.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, Ricky Sr., you're saying... So if he had the dogs, either he didn't let them out, which would mean that house would be a mess after 2 days, or he was letting them out. And how do you explain that?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, yeah.
Right.
I believe he knew it. He was trying to cover everything up.
Well, but then, Linda, it takes us to another obvious situation. If this is all so obvious and curious, you know, the story doesn't make sense, you must know something more. The police don't seem to share the curiosity at this play.
They ain't.
What do you make of their assessment?
I think 3 dead bodies in the backyard under.
What the hell? Let me rewind that. Is it sounding weird to you guys? Is StreamYard fucking up again? Oh my gosh, StreamYard. Are you kidding me? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to. This is ridiculous. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I have to back out real quick and then come back in. Yeah, chopped and screwed, right? All right, let's try this again.
Oh. I've heard the 2 dogs were home.
And that's why, Ricky Sr., you're saying... So if he had the dogs, either he didn't let them out, which would mean that house would be a mess after 2 days, or he was letting them out. And how do you explain that?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, yeah. I believe he knew it. He was trying to cover everything up.
Well, but then, Linda, it takes us to another obvious situation. If this is all so obvious and curious, you know, the story doesn't make sense, you must know something more. The police don't seem to share the curiosity that this play happened here. What do you make of their assessment?
It's the video. Son of a bitch, I thought it was my damn StreamYard. It's the video. Because you can hear me fine, right? I'm not...
think 3 dead bodies in the backyard.
We're going to do this. How about this, okay? We're going to hit closed captioning. Closed captioning. I think 3 dead bodies in the backyard under any circumstances would look like foul play, and to some degree, I don't know, 3 men dropping dead and freezing in the backyard. I don't know how they may have come to that assessment. Police, go ahead, Rick. You say it again. That night when you found out what happened, everyone over and...
They never did.
Okay, so it must have got fixed. Let me rewind just a skosh.
Arrows within 2 to 4 hours or contacted. They never did.
You went to the house?
Okay, I gotta rewind it. Let me pause my music because I am having a really hard time understanding what he's saying. Give me 1 second. I'm having a hard time here. Hold on.
We went over there, and the police stopped us and got our information and said they would either come on arrows within 2 to 4 hours or contact us. They never did.
Whoa, so they got there. They said they would give an update in 2 to 4 hours, and LE never contacted them back?
You went to the house? I've become a Ricky translator. You went to the police and they said, we'll get...
They never did. No. I've had to do all the calling to them.
Whoa.
They've done nothing since. I haven't gone there in any way.
And when you call them, what do you get?
Okay, what did he just say? You guys are going to have to help me out if you can understand it.
I'm doing this in any way.
I'm sorry, what? Hold on.
You went to the police and they said, we'll get...
They never did. No. I've had to do all the calling to them.
They've done nothing since. I haven't gone there in any way.
And when you called...
What? They need to put his microphone closer. They should have put it on his collar or something.
You went to the police and they said, we'll get...
They never did. No. I've had to do all the calling to them.
And they've done nothing since. I haven't contacted them in any way.
So they've done nothing since and haven't contacted them in any way. Wow.
And when you call them, what do you get?
I kind of get an irritated voice that says that this is an ongoing investigation and they can't tell me anything.
Wow.
Even when I explain that I'm, his stepmother calling for his father, none of that seems to matter. They don't even say they would come to the house and explain something to me. There's just no.
It's an ongoing investigation, but the place where it happened has not been made a crime scene.
That's correct.
Right.
That's the reason I'm hired the top lawyer here in Kansas City.
Ah.
Right. I know you got your own counsel because you want to make sure that you're motivating the system to do the right thing as much as possible. I get it. Hey, thank you for watching. Please go.
Okay, and there's another one. We'll go to the next one here.
Let's start with more proof that something ain't right in Kansas City. All this noise about Taylor Swift and the Kansas City Chiefs, and not enough attention focused on this case. And that may include the police's attention.
Let's get to it.
You got 3 young men, all in their 30s, found dead after watching a Chiefs game, hanging out at their friend's house. But their bodies were found frozen 2 days later, not in the house, in their friend's backyard. And it wasn't the friend who found them. His name is Jordan Willis. He claims he has no idea what led to their death. But it does seem that cops initially were not so sure about his story. You seen this video? It's from a neighbor's phone, I think. Appears to show Willis in cuffs outside the house. That's him and a dog. We have some questions about the dogs also. At some point, maybe they'll show the video, maybe they won't. There it is. Okay. There are cars outside. There's police outside. I'm told if you look in there close under the circle, it's the police talking to him and that he may have had cuffs on. I don't know. I can't confirm it. But certainly, he was getting some police attention initially when someone else found the bodies at the house. Who? A concerned family member. Now, he wasn't arrested. Now, we're told police don't suspect foul play. Why? No gunshots, no stab wounds, no signs of violence, and obviously they didn't get anything out of him. But did they try? I mean, why did these young men die? It's going to come down to the toxicology, especially if Willis or another can't or won't explain what happened in that house and how they wound up outside and eventually dead. And the wait has been an eternity for the families, not helped by their claims that police have not been talking to them at all, ever. Now, you can say, let them investigate. Listen, I've been doing this a long time, okay? The state is making the case. The state represents the crime, okay? The law versus the criminal. The victim, okay, is now represented by those families, and the authorities always talk to them, but not here. So tonight we have new concerns and new information from the parents of.
Just like when Moscow PD first came out and said it's a unalive situation and the community didn't have to worry, was just like this case when I heard LE say that 3 dudes sitting outside and there's no foul play. 100% no foul play. It's starting off the same way, y'all. And look at this. They're not talking to the family members. They're not updating the family members. From the very beginning. This is going to be as big, not bigger, but it's going to be as big as Idaho4. This autopsy, I feel like, is going to create even more questions. These families ain't being told shit. LE's being weird as hell. And when you look at all the substance issues that go on, and you look at how people get charged nowadays when they are part of that transaction, and those things happen in that transaction, People get charged. It's called foul play. People get charged. So to sit there on the first day, right, Tracy? Please, no gag orders. Probably will be. Watch. They're not even. They're talking to the families less than Moscow PD was. Think about that. Think about that. They're talking. That PD is talking to these families less than Moscow talked to the families. It's ridiculous. And if this is how they're being from day one, just as shady, if not shadier than MPD, because MPD's because here they're claiming not 100% not foul play right away. Isn't that crazy, AG? Oh, you should check out our earlier shows on this sleuthing. The first couple shows, if anybody's just joining, check out our first couple shows when this case. You'll see it. It's in a thumbnail where it's like a combo episode. Watch the first two. You'll see where I'm coming from, and that's the first 2 days we talked about this case, yo. You'll see where I'm coming from. I ain't changing it. This is crazy. And what do you think's going to come back from the autopsy? I already know. It ain't going to say shit. It ain't going to say shit because they ain't wanting to say shit. So you think this autopsy, that's why I'm saying, when this autopsy report comes back, and we're going to find out that there was nothing suspicious. Come on, yo. If they could make people think, if they could make people think that Stephen Smith was a hit and run, and they make the reports, even the autopsy, like a hit and run, come on. You don't think that same type of shit is going to happen here? You already know. Because if this is how they're treating the families, you already know. Is this how they're treating the people that are wanting to know anything? I mean, what's wrong? What happens? Usually you have the families calling in constantly. You hear it from these investigators when they talk about cases that they've worked on in the past and how they understand why the family members call in, and they don't answer with a fucking attitude. These guys on here that you watch, they take this shit to heart. On these investigators, they take this shit to heart. It doesn't matter what they're doing. These investigators take the fucking phone call. Yes, we're doing everything we can, ma'am. I'm sorry, we're trying our best. Even if it's that, these investigators are that invested to finding truth and justice for the victim. Investigators like this, where they get that, yeah, what do you want? Look, it's a closed we can't say nothing. It's an open investigation. We have to keep everything close to the vest. Trust us. It'll all make sense when we can tell you everything. It ain't right. Why would you have an attitude? No, if you really are about it, because I've seen them damn near fall to tears on these programs that I watch when you talk about how these people were looking for the perpetrators, and it was going on and everything was so suspicious, and then they would get these calls and then they would break down, especially if they couldn't find the person that committed it. They would really break down like, oh, you don't ever hear them fucking, yeah, what, like an attitude. No, they take that 2 to 10 minute phone call, even if it is, I'm sorry, ma'am, you know, I'm working my butt off. I promise you, we're doing everything we can. You know, there's no new information right now, but I promise you, just be assured that we have your loved one in our thoughts and prayers, and we're working our ass off. You know, that even if you have that, that's what I don't bash on the investigators that are like that. I bash on the investigators that are like this in this case, where they got a fucking attitude and they ain't saying shit. I can't imagine.
One of the men who died at that house, Ricky Johnson. Let's bring in Ricky Johnson's father, Ricky Johnson Sr., and Linda Johnson, Ricky Johnson's stepmom. Mr. Johnson, thank you for joining us again. And Linda, thank you for making the time to do this. How are you two doing? How are you doing, Linda?
We're doing okay.
We're hanging in there as we can.
Okay, so is this the same one? What? This is like 19 seconds shorter.
Good, thank you. Linda, you and I were talking earlier today about what doesn't make sense to you here.
Okay, this is the same thing.
First, what have you learned that is not public information for the rest of us?
Well, I had received some personal belongings from Ricky, my son.
Whoa. This isn't the same thing. What?
And they were left in the house, in Jordan's house. And he took them over to a friend's house for us to grab them.
What? Who took what? Who took what where? Oh, whoa. Is that why they keep showing the fucking football helmet in the jersey? What? Shout out, Caddy. Thank you for dropping these in the chat. Hold on. Who dropped what?
But not here. So tonight we have new concerns and new information from the parents of one of the men who died at that house, Ricky Johnson. Let's bring in Ricky Johnson's father, Ricky Johnson Sr., and Linda Johnson, Ricky Johnson's stepmom. Mr. Johnson, thank you for joining us again. And Linda, thank you for making the time to do this. How are you two doing? How are you doing, Linda?
Quit asking that question.
We're doing okay.
We're hanging in there as we can.
Good, thank you. Linda,
wow.
You and I were talking earlier today about what doesn't make sense to you here. First, what have you learned that is not public information for the rest of us?
Well, I had received some personal belongings from Ricky, my son. They were left in the house, in Jordan's house. And he took them over to a friend's house for us to grab them.
Sorry. Who is he? Who is he? Hold on.
And that may include the police's attention. You got 3 young men, all in their 30s, found dead after watching a Chiefs game.
Hold on.
Hanging out at their friend's house. But their bodies were found frozen 2 days later, not in the house, in their friend's backyard. And it wasn't the friend who found them. His name is Jordan Willis. He claims he has no idea what led to their death. But it does seem that cops initially were not so sure about his story. You seen this video? It's from a neighbor's phone, I think. Appears to show Willis in cuffs outside the house. That's him and a dog. We have some questions about the dogs also. At some point, maybe they'll show the video, maybe they won't. There it is. Okay. There are cars outside. There's police outside. I'm I'm told if you look in there close into the circle, it's the police talking to him and that he may have had cuffs on. I don't know. I can't confirm it. But
yeah, I want to see exactly who is he? Who's he?
Certainly,
who
he was getting
dropped
some
it
police
off?
attention initially when someone else found the bodies at the house. Who? A concerned.
The fifth guy? That? Who's he?
Family. Now, he wasn't arrested. Now, we're told police don't suspect foul play. Why? No gunshots, no stab wounds, no signs of violence, and obviously they didn't get anything out of him. But did they try? I mean, why did these young men die? It's going to come down to the toxicology, especially if Willis or another can't or won't explain what happened in that house and how they wound up outside and eventually dead. And the wait has been an eternity for the families, not helped by their claims that police have not been talking to them at all.
None of them.
Ever. Now, you can say, let them investigate. Listen, I've been doing this a long time, okay? The state is making the case. The state represents the crime, okay? The law versus the criminal. The victim, okay, is now represented by those families, and the authorities always talk to them, but not here. So tonight we have new concerns and new information from the parents of one of the men who died at that house, Ricky Johnson. Let's bring in Ricky Johnson's father, Ricky Johnson Sr., and Linda Johnson, Ricky Johnson's stepmom. Mr. Johnson, thank you for joining us again. And Linda, thank you for making the time to do this. How are you two doing? How are you doing, Linda?
We're doing okay.
We're hanging in there as we can.
Good, thank you. Linda, you and I were talking earlier today about what doesn't make sense to you here. First, what have you learned that is not public information for the rest of us?
Well, I had received some personal belongings from Ricky, my son. They were left in the house, in Jordan's house. And he took them over to a friend's house for us to grab them.
So the police didn't have them, and it makes you ask questions about how thorough the investigation was, correct?
Right. They were left in Jordan's house, yes, and the police did not grab them.
And what does that mean to you?
You have oh my gosh. You have three people. You have three people pass away in the back fucking yard. And you don't even collect their fucking phones? You leave their phones and their keys behind at the prop? What the fuck? Even if you don't suspect foul play, you don't take, like, what? What the fuck am I missing here? Even if you don't, what? Even if you don't collect the phones? Because as far as I know, no other parents showed up, right? No, they left them behind, Tracy. No, they just said I'll go back to it. They left them behind. They left the fucking.
And you and I were talking.
It's got to be the phone, the keys. What is he gonna do? Take his Kansas City jersey off to go outside? No, Is he going to take his helmet off? Maybe. But seriously, what two things were always stated that were left behind from all the victims? The phones, the keys, and the coat. Maybe they took the phone. Maybe they returned the keys and the coat. Maybe they just left the coat. Maybe they did. Oof.
Talking earlier today about what doesn't make sense to you here. First, what have you learned?
We'll get through the rest of it
that is
here.
Not public information for the rest of us.
Well, I had received some personal belongings.
Ticket
for
124.
Ricky.
Thank you, Just Mom.
My son. They were left in the house, in Jordan's house. And he took them over to a friend's house for us to grab them.
So the police didn't have them, and it makes you ask questions about how thorough the investigation was, correct?
Right. They were left in Jordan's house, yes, and the police did not grab them.
And what does that mean to you?
It just means that they weren't thoroughly looking everything over in the house. They weren't looking at it as a crime scene.
Now, the good piece of news that I want to let people know, so it's not just all negativity here in terms of getting you some answers. Tomorrow you have a big meeting. Who's it with and what does it mean to you?
Ooh, they got a meeting tomorrow?
Officials at the Platte County prosecuting attorney of Platte County.
But that's a different police department. Right, Ricky, but that's a different police department than the one that was initially investigating the case.
What?
Why the switch?
What?
What do you know about it?
We know nothing.
I probably think that my attorney has stepped in and said some things to try to help them investigate it. So they have moved it to Platte County by understanding.
Whoa, hold on a minute. Are we going to wake up 150? Yo, are we going to wake up tomorrow and find out that the local PD was shut down from covering this case and the county's taken over? Oh. What's up, Jess? Are we gonna wake up tomorrow and find out around 11 in the morning that there's other LE that are taking over this case? Oh, let me hear what Dad said again. Oh, shit.
Officials at the Platte County
oh, shit.
prosecuting attorney
oh,
of
shit.
Platte County.
But that's a different police department. Right, Ricky, but that's a different police department than the one that was initially investigating the case. Why the switch? What do you know about it?
Oh, shit.
We know nothing.
I probably think that my attorney has stepped in and said some things to try to help them investigate it. So they have moved it to Platte County by understanding.
Oh, look at this. Watch, it's going to be a topic tomorrow. Watch, it's going to be a topic tomorrow. Oh.
And Platte County is the local police, so maybe at least you'll...
Oh, yeah, there's going to be a short highlight coming out tonight. Trust me, because this is some breaking news right here. This is breaking news. I didn't do one from earlier with the breaking news. This one's going to be one, though. Oh, is another. Oh, here we go.
Some information about what's happening.
Here we go.
Hey, thank you for watching. Please go.
Oh, why do you cut that shit off? Yeah, I need to figure out a way to get live News Nation on here for you guys. And I will figure it out. Trust me. I'm going to figure something out. We need to be able to, if there's a live breaking, we need to be able to go right to that shit. And I'm halfway there. I just need to figure out how I can get News Nation in not a crazy ass expensive way. Get News Nation on the cable channel on some kind of device that I can use a HDMI cord or a tab somehow, some kind of subscription, something. Man, that's some crazy news. I bet you that meeting, did they say what time? I don't think so, did they? I don't think they did.
And what does that mean to you? And it makes you ask questions about how thorough the investigation was, correct?
Right. They were left in Jordan's house, yes, and the police did not grab him.
And what does that mean to you?
It just means that they weren't thoroughly looking everything over in the house. They weren't looking at it as a crime scene.
Now, the good piece of news that I want to let people know, so it's not just all negativity here in terms of getting you some answers.
Oh,
Tomorrow
okay.
you have a big meeting. Who's it with and what does it mean to you?
When, too, man?
Officials at the Platte County prosecuting attorney of Platte County.
But that's a different police department. Right, Ricky, but that's a different police department than the one that was initially investigating the case. Why the switch? What do you know about it?
We know nothing.
I probably think that my attorney had stepped in and said some things to try to help them investigate it. So they have moved it to Platte County, my understanding.
And Platte County is the local police, so maybe at least you'll start to get some information about what's happening. Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to News Nation.
Oh, you guys, you know what? I was just looking for some breaking news. I want to say shout out to Caddy. I was just looking for some breaking news, you guys, and there's Kansas City shows right now that ain't even talking about that. That is nuts, yo. They're talking about the shit from last night. Oh, hell no. Just wait till we drop this information, y'all.
Weeks since three men were found dead in the backyard of a friend's home in Kansas City, days after going over there to watch it.
I got some fucking work after this show. For real. I got to put together a fucking... man.
Kansas City Chiefs game. And tonight we're learning more about that friend who's at the center of the controversy, Jordan Willis, whose home they were visiting. News Nation obtaining this video of the night the bodies were found, 2 days after the friends went over.
There you go. That's a better picture even. Here, let me rewind it. Hold on.
This video of the night the bodies were found, 2 days after the friends went over there. You can see Willis in cuffs on the porch of the house. A neighbor shot the video on his cell phone. We now know Willis was uncuffed and allowed to go back inside. And police are not treating this as a homicide as of now. They're still saying no signs of foul play, which is infuriating family members of the victims. Jordan Willis is 38 years old, a respected HIV scientist and researcher in the Kansas City area who works with the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative, Neutralizing Antibody Center. Originally a Virginia native who received a PhD in chemical and physical biology from Vanderbilt in 2014. He also received an award in 2022 for his significant contributions to HIV vaccine development.
Wow.
After college, he spent close to 10 years in Nashville and San Diego doing his graduate and post.
Damn, listen to all this. Hold on. He's going through it all. Listen to this.
The Kansas City area, who works with the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative, Neutralizing Antibody Center, originally a Virginia native who received a PhD in chemical and physical biology from Vanderbilt in 2014. He also received an award in 2022 for his significant contributions to HIV vaccine development. After college, he spent close to 10 years in Nashville and San Diego doing his graduate and postdoctoral work before returning to Kansas City, where he reignited his friendship with the three men he knew from high school. And now people who know him are coming to his defense. A friend slamming speculation that Willis had anything to do with the deaths of his three friends, 37-year-old David Harrington, 38-year-old Ricky Johnson, and 36-year-old Clayton McGinney. Quote, he didn't get to say goodbye or go to their funerals due to the circumstances of these wild speculations and accusations. No one seems to be willing to wait for the results of the toxicology reports or wait for any other facts from the police department from a case that is still under investigation. Willis's family further took to his defense, his father issuing a statement claiming he would never in a million years do anything. These were all good friends of his. They were all people he went to school with. He took them to a football game the day before for the Chiefs. Willis's attorney, John Paserno, even saying he'd made plans with the men for a future date, claiming he'd bought tickets for all of them to go to the next Chiefs game. He didn't want any harm to come to them. There was no ill will. News Nation correspondent Alex Capriello joins us now. He's been knocking on doors and speaking to neighbors in that area. Alex, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. So what are people saying about him?
Yeah, it really depends on who you ask, Dan. If you speak to the neighbors here, they'll tell you they just really don't know much about Jordan. From what I can tell, he really kept to himself, stayed in his house most of the time. A lot of dog walkers around here, for example. We know Jordan had 2 pit bulls, but he was never really seen walking his dog. So a lot of mystery about who this guy was. Now, speaking to both the family of the victims and also the friends that I've been able to connect with, they tell me that Jordan did hang around with these guys every once in a while, but he wasn't necessarily a part of the same crew of men that grew up together from high school and beyond. So a lot of speculation about what his involvement was, just how tight he was with these guys, but not really that much that we can glean from the neighborhood.
Let me play a little bit of some of the family reactions, who a lot of people are very angry with Jordan Willis. This is number 5.
Last time we saw him, they were leaving the house, but
whoa, I haven't seen this guy before. We've just read his statements from an article, but I've never seen this interview before. Wow, hold on.
Last time we saw him, they were leaving the house, but he didn't know that they had left, so that doesn't make much sense.
I think a lot of people know more than they're saying. You can't tell me.
Whoa, who's this other guy? Who's this guy? Who? Inside Edition?
People know more than they're saying.
You can't tell me he didn't know those brides were back there.
Hey, is there anybody that can find me the interview with this guy right here in Inside Edition? And this one looks like maybe a local news channel.
Leaving the house, but he didn't know that they had left, so that doesn't make much sense.
I think a lot of people know more than they're saying.
You can't tell me he didn't know those brides were back there in the backyard.
How do you not know there's 3 dead bodies in the back porch?
Yeah, you know, there's so many questions being asked about him, and I understand why his lawyer would probably be advising him to be careful about exactly what he says and wait for the toxicology reports. But if the story is exactly as he says it, right, that he was just in his house and 2 days later someone else finds these bodies in his backyard and he had no idea, you would think that he really might want to come out himself and say something like that. Do we have any indication that he might speak out publicly?
Yeah, look, I tried getting in contact with his actual attorney, trying to get just the latest on Jordan, not to mention his story, but also how he's feeling with all this stuff going on surrounding him. The lawyer's not talking, not until a toxicology report comes out. And really, that was the final word that I got from him. But I think you're right. I think a lot of people are expecting him to, shout from the rooftops his innocence or just what he was actually going through for those 48 hours, because I'll tell you, neighbors here are skeptical about that story. They find it hard to believe. And just from what I can tell with my own eyes looking at the backyard, a lot of windows back there leading out to the patio and to the chair where we know David Harrington was found sitting upright, frozen to death. So it feels really hard to believe that someone could actually be there for 2 full days and not see 3 friends in the backyard. But that's the story that we have right now. That's the story we have to go with until we know something further. Of course, everyone's just waiting on those toxicology reports, of course.
Well, you mentioned John Paserno, who was on this show, his attorney, who said that Willis had been asleep on the couch next to a loud fan for 2 days. He was also wearing noise-canceling headphones when concerned family members came calling, which seems to address all the questions about why he wasn't answering the door, et cetera. But, again, the questions continue, and I think you point out about exactly how one of the bodies was found, which, again, leads to more questions. So we'll wait on the toxicology reports. I know everyone's saying that they believe that's going to answer a lot of questions. It will answer some. I'm not convinced it's going to answer all the questions. So we shall see. Alex, thanks very much for coming on the program. Appreciate it. Thank you for watching.
Wow. Yo, this is all day. This just stuff's been dropping all day. I'm going to have to change my thumbnail to the half and half. Because it's been like half and half. Damn. Is there another one? Oh, sweet, Caddy. Thank you. Here's the one from Inside Edition.
Are demanding answers in the mysterious deaths of their son.
Shout out, Caddy.
3 Kansas City Chiefs football fans who were found in the backyard of a friend's home after a football watch party. What is your theory?
My theory is that they got poisoned, and then they were drug out of that house.
You believe they were poisoned and dragged out of the house.
What? So he thinks they... This was 4 days ago.
Dragged out of the house, yep, and put in the backyard. And you can't tell me he didn't know those guys were back there in the backyard.
The football watch party was held at Jordan Willis's house. He's a PhD research scientist. His lawyer says he fell asleep on the couch after his buddies left and didn't realize...
Look at all that work on his desk there.
Couch after his buddies left and didn't realize they were all research scientist. His lawyer says he fell asleep on the couch after his buddies left and didn't realize they were all dead in his backyard until 2 days later.
Wow.
The question of whether the men were doing drugs continues to bubble.
Even if there was some type of drug involved, how did they get it? Who gave it to them? Who made it?
We also spoke to the father of 37-year-old David Harrington, who says he feels left in the dark. What have the investigators told you about what happened?
Nothing,
that day
right?
Or those days?
Nothing at all. I think a lot of people know more than they're saying.
Police say they do not suspect foul play.
Oh, yeah. I'm telling you right now, there's going to be a breaking news update tomorrow, and I bet you somebody else is taking over the investigation. Bet. What's up, Sandra? Ticket number 156. Well, guess what, Sandra? We found out tonight items were left of the victims. Items of the victims were left behind from LE and then delivered from somebody else. None of the families are hearing anything. And this is what's going to shock you. This is what's going to shock you if you're just joining. This family right here, they got a meeting tomorrow. They got a meeting tomorrow with the county And I'm wondering if that meeting is, let's sit down, let's talk about it. Let's see what's going on. And I bet you they see what's going on. And I'm wondering if we're going to hear somebody else is taking over the investigation, because it does happen. What's up, Randy? Ticket number 157. Hope floats. Contribution call out to you. Thank you so much for becoming a member. And trust me, sometimes scroll through all the members only videos that there is. There's quite a few. Make a playlist. Any new member, any member, I suggest you just go through sometime when you got a little extra time. Just go through every single live and then start from the very beginning and then go through every one and just add it to your own ECJ members only video playlist. And I'm telling you, there's some goodies in there, even from way back in the day. Dang, this is crazy. All right, so we're going to switch back to Idaho4 for a little bit here before we end it. Tomorrow, I was able to hang out this morning for a show. I'm hoping everything will work out tomorrow where I can be on again tomorrow morning, because I have a feeling, what's up, Moonvale? Because I have a feeling that there's going to be just breaking news all day. I mean, hell, it's been breaking news all night here when it comes to KC3. So I hope I can be on with you guys in the morning. It'll be last minute. I do apologize. Until the restoration people are done with my side, they're going to be last minute in the mornings. And trust me, I wish I could be there. Thank you, Petey. I appreciate it. Like, I was so happy to be able to be on with you guys this morning. I missed my morning shows. It's been 3 weeks now. And so I'm gonna try my hardest to be on in the morning. It's not up to me, it's up to whatever else is going on with this restoration shit. So we'll talk more Linda Lane tomorrow as well, and I'm sure we'll probably get into it even more tomorrow because we'll have more time. Dude, I didn't realize that there was going to be this much stuff coming out with the Kansas City 3 case. So I actually had set aside about an hour and a half of the show to dedicate to going through the Linda Lane footage alone, besides the other photos, because I do have other videos up to show you guys too, because there was some questions about the car in the back and all that other stuff. Thank you so much, Darkling. I really do appreciate it. So we'll switch to that real quick. Now, I wanted to shout out... hold on. I gotta bring it up. And thank you, Cheryl. What's up, Moni? Oh, I wanted to say, I starred your message earlier because we were in the middle of something, but I wanted to say, hey, what's up from Argentina? And the sound of a 1967 Mustang is characterized by its deep, low, and powerful tone. I heard a car equipped with V8 engines coming at 248.35 and parking at 249.02. Linda Lane video. We're going to get more into it. And the Linda Lane, if you just type in Evil CJ Linda Lane, you'll see the videos that we had from 6-7 months ago when we dug into it. We're going to be doing a fresh one here again, because with me being there, and I'll show you guys that footage before we end. Me being there, I have a different perspective on everything back there. And so we'll be doing another one, and I think one of those is a members only. Actually, I think the one where Truth and Transparency, Drunk Turkey Show were on the show. I think that one I made it members only, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. There's a couple of them, but yeah, just scroll through. You'll see what I'm saying. Or you can just you can type in Evil CJ and whatever topic, and you'll see videos where we discussed it. So I wanted to say thank you, Moni. Appreciate that. All right, so I wanted to share this here before we get into some other things. Let me see. So here's this. And this is from Twitter. This is from Twitter. And I think I might start doing this. I think this might be cool where, like, if there's, like, pictures you guys tag me in and stuff like that. So if anybody does tag me in, like, a photo or something like that, I think I'm going to start doing this to try and highlight, you know, because I do like highlighting other people that, you know, do work on different platforms. And so I wanted to kind of show it like this and see if it was something new and see if you guys like this or not instead of me just going to Twitter. He says, Evil CJ, here's your gas station vehicle. So it says 2007 Nissan Sentra Nismo sedan exterior. Now, in the very beginning, and I want to say shout out Mishy Girl because she was the one that sent me that. Don't focus on the year. No. I'm not focusing on the year. Wait. Check out what I'm about to say. This was a year ago when Mishy Girl said, "Hey CJ, they were looking for a Sentra first." And we read the article, New York Times article. And I even made a short video from way back then where it shows the article. We read through the article showing that they did look for a Nissan Sentra. So I find it really interesting because they really were looking for a Nissan Sentra in the very beginning. So I'm not going to, and I apologize, that was on a different computer way back then, and I don't have that file on my saves anymore. So I'm going to go back to the video. I'm not going to play it. I'm going to drop the link for you guys, and it'll show you as I'm reading the article. Now, I do apologize. There was a guest that I had on where they were having audio issues, so you will... I do apologize about that. So here is the link, and this was, when was it? Let me see. Oh, I had to make a video about it last summer because people were saying that it wasn't true. But Mishy Girl sent it to me back in, I think it was February, Mishy Girl, right? February or something like that. I think it was February. All right, so here's the link for that. And that has the article. Idaho4 first suspect vehicle was a Sentra. 2019 to 2023 New York Times article. Wait a minute, I might have put the... Yep, here it is. I got the article right here. I forgot I put it in the description. Son of a bitch. I put it in the description. Are you serious? Oh, my Lord. Oh, my gosh. Here, let me just mute this for a second. See if I can sign in or something. Okay. Is it working? In the weeks... Let me get to the part of the article here. Dun, 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 dun. All right. So it says, all right, right here. The department, which had only a few dozen officers, enlisted the Idaho. Here, let me zoom it up too. Oh, it is zoomed up. So it says, the department, which had only a few dozen officers, enlisted the Idaho State Police and the FBI to help bring in dozens of additional investigators. Forensic teams processed evidence from the bedrooms. Guess who the forensic team that processed evidence from the bedroom snapped photos around the home's back door and hunted for footprints? The people that had the DNA dirty gloves, everybody. Others searched for surveillance video from around town. A week after the killings, records show investigators were on the lookout for a certain type of vehicle, Nissan Sentras from the model years 2019 to 2023. Quietly, they ran down details on thousands of such vehicles, including the owners' addresses, license plate numbers, and the color of each sedan. So when we go back to and there's two things I want you to notice here. This is a pain in the ass when StreamYard makes you do this. You got to stop and switch just to show a freaking picture. All right. Yeah, here's the link if you guys want it. It gives me a freaking sign-in bullshit. Hold on. What if I just continue with Google? Let's see what happens. I gotta fucking pay still. Continue without. All right, there we go. Are you serious? Come on. Now it wants me to fucking pay? Here, you guys. I don't know. Maybe I read it too many times when it was free. I don't know. There's the link to it. Maybe you might be able to, but that's the link to the frickin' article. Right there. And you can go click on the video that I made, and the link to the article is in the video description. So, let me get me out of the way here. So we're going to look at a couple things here. A couple things I want y'all to look at. All right. Two things. Well, let's get zoomed in real good, okay? Look at the side mirror and look at the back window. So you look at the side mirror and you look at the back window. Now we're going to go to the other photo. Oh. Why is it doing that? Hold on. And then I'm going to put a little picture together for y'all. All right, so there's that. Now we're going to go back and I'm going to go to these pictures here. Hold on. I know I have. Oh, StreamYard, you're a pain in the ass. All right, so now we're going to go to this. Frickin' StreamYard. All right, so now we're going to go to this. All right. Now look at the two. Okay. You see the side mirror? And you see the back window. Okay. You see the side mirror and you see the back window. Now, the reason see the side mirror, how when you're looking at it, right? You're looking at it and you're like, well, it's not as dark as the windows. It's not as dark as the windows. Right? Look at the mirror. Let's be real. You're looking at the mirror and you're like, damn, it ain't as dark as the windows, but it doesn't look like the side of the car, right? You know why it looks that way? Give me 1 second. I wish this didn't take this long, but let's check it out. All right, so we're going to do this. Going to do a little something like this. All right, now let me do a little something like this. And thank you for your patience. Okay, we're going to do a little something like this, and I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, then I'm going to save it. And then we're going to take a look at that one now. So give me 1 second. Hello. You wonder why this is lighter than the windows, but it's not as light as the car? Because you got a little bit of white right here mixed in with the darkened side mirrors. So look, because of the image, you get a little bit of white. It's going to appear brighter than the tinted windows. Look at the back windows. It's a Nissan Sentra. Why were they looking for a Nissan Sentra? Because they were looking for that car. Why? Now you want to know why this vehicle? Do you want to know why this vehicle looked like it was driving down the road floating on jacks? Do you want to know why? Because when you have a car that looks like this, and it's driving down the road at a high rate of speed in the nighttime, that's why. Because when those wheels are spinning, and you got that shit image, that's why you see a little bit of something, but you don't see a bunch of something, is because these rims are dark. So if the rims are dark, this drives me nuts, StreamYard. It really does. So when the tires are dark, right? Or it looks like they're floating. Because you can't barely see nothing. Because when you are getting some kind of light, just this flipping back and forth, man. I gotta like hang out in a StreamYard live sometime and ask them if they can like update some of this shit because it drives me nuts. Okay, Mark. I saw you type it already. The 2018-19 has a white side mirror. Part might change the mirror color, but the gas station photo might be the Nismo. I'm not even saying it's the Nismo, but what I'm saying is this picture right here. That's not it either. Where in the hell? Oh my gosh, StreamYard, hold on. Where did it go? Okay, hold on. Where can you see an antenna, Mark B? Let me know. Where can you see the antenna? Can I? Yeah, hold on one second. I have my pictures covering my. Where? Do me a favor, AG. Can you DM it to me? It's a lot quicker. If you don't mind. I don't see an antenna. You can tell from this picture. Why are you on YouTube, man? You should be in an investigator's office. I can't see shit. I can't even barely see the side mirror. Can't even see the side mirror. Undercover fusion? Hey. But when you're looking at this, look. All right, let me see here. See if I can. There we go. I'll just click on it. Here we go. Let's see. This is from AG. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, hold on. Let me save this. And we will switch back. All right, hold on one second. Oh, it's all out of order. Shit. How is it? Man, this is... Okay, here we go. So now we're going to go here. Now I got to do this again and then do this again. All right, there we go. So now... So there's that. I'm seeing. Okay, you see this car right here. This is what I'm. This is a kind of a difference that I'm seeing, right? This is a. What's up, Melly Me? Let me see here. Oh, the Fusion at the Ellie. We showed a pic of that earlier too. I already have it. Can we not send a picture of the cars? See what they say. I don't know. That's where I'm getting to, Tracy. That's where I'm getting to. Okay. That's where I'm getting to. Because in this vehicle, right? This is the Nissan. Okay. This is the Nissan. And if you notice, it does have a little extra on the back, right? Just like the other vehicle. But this is where I'm seeing a difference. This is where I'm seeing a difference. I'm seeing a difference in the front. Like it's got a little extra right up here, right? So if this was a lighter color, I feel like the front of this vehicle, they both look very similar, for real. I feel like this vehicle is still this, and I'm thinking it has a little extra on the front. Yeah, ground effects. Yeah. Not to say that this one wouldn't, but you look at the front end and it has like a, you look at the front end and it kind of goes up. It doesn't go down and out. It goes up. It still has that little thing on the back. And if you're telling me you can see this little motherfucker in the gas station photo, you got way better eyes than I do. Just saying. But this front end, it whoops up. If you can see an antenna in that grainy, if you can see that grainy ass footage, let me. I mean, look at how clear this is. Look at how clear this is. If you can see that little teeny fucking thing, shit. You got way better eyes than I do. All right, so this front end scoops up. So I'm leaning more towards, because this doesn't, it looks like it comes out a little bit like some ground effects. So I'm leaning more towards, plus with them coming out with a Nissan Sentra first, you know, Nissan Sentra, them coming out with a Nissan Sentra first, I don't know, we know there's a lot of cars there that are white. I ain't trying to go through my footage and count them. Let's see here. Okay, so let me see. So let me go. I think I have it by the Oregon car here. Hold on. Let me go through. Okay, here's this. Can you see an antenna on that photo? I can't. I can't see it. Where's the antenna on this photo? Oh, no, I'm leaning more towards that. Now, what I'm going to do also this evening is not only I need to make this highlight about these Kansas City updates, but what I'm also going to do is I'm going to do some zoom-ins too on some of that Linda Lane footage for tomorrow. So we'll be and this front end doesn't even I don't know when I'm just when it looks to me, and that window's curvy, the back window's not an angle, that definitely has some kind of ground effect to it. See it? Even though it's part of the bumper, it still has that little ground effect style to it in the front there. But I'm still leaning more towards this today because it just looks like there's something sticking out there. Yeah, go ahead, Jenny. If anybody wants to send me more information, you're more than welcome. I'm gonna we'll be going through it more tomorrow. Let me see if there's anything breaking here. And we'll go through more of the Linda Lane stuff too. The actual footage, not just the conversation. Let's see if there's any updates. I'm not seeing nothing. Oh, and if you weren't with us this morning and you were joining late this evening, I will be introducing drone footage to the footage that I get at these different places now. So I'm excited to. There's a couple cases that I'm going to. I'm just waiting. There's a couple cases that I'm going to where I'm going to be getting some brand new footage. Footage that I already have, but I will be getting brand new footage. And also on top of that, I will be getting drone footage to go along with that too. So you guys will be starting to have drone footage introduced to the community when it comes to these cases that we discuss. I'm excited to introduce that. It's going to be fun. You're going to be able to get, if there's something, guess what? Somewhere I can't go on foot. If I want some shots of us, yeah, you're going to get not only the regular footage that I give you in the quality, but you're going to get drone with it as well. I'm excited to introduce that here coming up soon. So fingers crossed. I've never used one before. But I was like, you know what? I have to. I've been needing to get one for a really, 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 really long time. And I'm just like, I don't know. I was just like, I just need to. So, did a little bit of looking on Amazon and, we went ahead and got some because I need to get the drone footage for you guys too, especially in the different places where I can't go on foot. I need to be able to take you guys to different spots. So it's going to be neat. I can't wait. All right, let me see here. I didn't see anything breaking, and let's see. So that is a 2015 Nissan Sentra. But the front end, unless there was some kind of, and let me switch back to this because we're going to be done with the pictures. if it didn't have the front end curving up, unless maybe it has like some kind of ground effect package that was added to it, you know. I could see it. It's definitely got the same back window. I think that's why they looked for the Nissan Sentra first. It's because of that angle. When you look at Elantras, it's not that angle. It's curved. It curves like this. That's a Elantra. A Sentra goes like that. And that's the difference. That's the difference. All right, so let me see here. I'm going to get into my folder. And we'll be going just a little bit longer here. We got to check out that chaos video tomorrow again, too. Oh, we never got to the hidden true crime. We will at some point. I keep pushing. Maybe tomorrow. Is there anything else? Three to four. So we will be checking this out tomorrow. We'll be digging into it. Checking this out tomorrow. Getting into it. Looking it up. Going through it. So I'm not seeing anything else. Everything else is just crazy ass too long to try and get into. I got a lot of work I got to do after we shut the show down. And then I'm going to, you know, fingers crossed that I can be on in the morning. Because I have a feeling there's going to be some crazy shit coming out tomorrow also, even overnight. 11 to 13 was the second, right? Yep. Yeah, it went 2000. Let me get it right. Let me go back to this. And here's the link again if you want to check it out. Like I said, the audio from the guest was kind of crazy. So it wasn't like... I should make a new one. But obviously I can't read it anymore because I have to like pay a subscription now. But you can at least, if you don't like the audio, you could always just hit mute and then read the article as I'm going through the article. Because I read it. You know, as I'm going through it. Definitely an interesting. If you want the article, do I still have it up? I might have closed it out. Here, let me click on it again because I know it's in... Oh, it's in the description. Here's the link for the article anyway. And that's for the article. And then that'll kind of explain it. But like I said, we'll be going into this tomorrow morning and tomorrow evening. I'm just going to take my thumbnail from tonight and make it for tomorrow because we didn't really get into that much of it. So, and really it was a mixture of Kansas City and in Idaho kind of equally, I think, for this episode. So I think I should make it the combo episode instead. So because I was able to be on this morning, I am going to put out a notification for tomorrow morning. Again, I can't make any promises. Normally, I haven't putting out notifications because normally, more often than not, I haven't been able to go live, and I hated putting out a notification and then you guys show up and you're like, and then, you know, So I'd rather not, and I'd rather just take the hit view-wise and just do the last minute because I don't want to, it's not good vibes. So, but tomorrow I have, this morning we had a great show. Tomorrow morning, I'm anticipating we're going to be able to. So I'm going to put on a notification for the morning a couple minutes after the show's over when I kind of rechange everything. So look for me in the morning. And then I'm always going to be on tomorrow night anyway. So I'll be back at 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern, and we'll probably do this Linda Lane and the other cars around the surrounding areas. We're probably going to do that in both shows tomorrow. So whether it's the morning show or the night show, I anticipate us doing different stuff in each one, where we're going to be doing 2 shows tomorrow about this topic. So thank you all so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for your information. Hold on one second. I was getting some messages about something else. One second. Alleged pick from 1113 at Corner Club. Oh, wow. That is what he was. Oh, wow. Wow. Thank you, AG. Appreciate that. Thank you all. Thank you all for your company, your positivity, your peace, your progressive approach, and just making the community a beautiful place for everybody to exist in and for everybody to enjoy coming here. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. There's so much. Yeah, we're going to get into it tomorrow. Trust me. Trust me. I think both shows we're going to be doing about it tomorrow. So thank you all. Hope you have a peaceful and positive evening. Get some good rest. Stay warm. If you're not busy, come hang out with us tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow night. And I really appreciate you. And again, if you want to send info, just keep sending it. We'll go through it. We're going to have banging shows tomorrow, too. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. Be safe and have a good night.